Y'all, we're going to get started in just a couple minutes, so if everyone want to start taking your seats. All right, good morning. The time is now 8 a.m. and I will call the meeting to order. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Sign-ups were available until 5 p.m. Central Time yesterday. Members of the public will speak under agenda item number 6, and those members of the public joining remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak. Please note that this meeting will be recorded, and the recording will be made available to the public. The State Bar Executive Director, Trey Fell, will now call roll.
Director Addy has an excused absence. Director Benish. Director Browning. Director Cavazos. Director Charbonnet. Director Chiscano. Director Cordova. Director Crow. Judge Davis has an excused absence. Director Denbo. Director Foster has an excused absence. Director Fox Dahlberg. Director Gomez. Director Greenslade. Director Gros Didier. Director Harris. Director Harrison. Director Hicks. Director Huddleston. Director Castle. Director Kegg. Director King has an excused absence. Director Kugler. Senior Justice Learman has an excused absence. Director Lindsay. Director Linehan. Director Locke. Director Martinez. Director Masri. Director Matea has an excused absence. Judge McClure. Director Mateer has an excused absence. Director Murray. Director Tony Wynn. Director Nicholson. Director Perez. Director Popov. Director Quadros has an excused absence. Director Rod. Director Selleck. Judge Schrader has an excused absence. Director Silverman. Director Smith. Director Sosa. Director Spaniel. Director Stafford has an excused absence. Director Stahl. Director Patty Vargas. Director Santos Vargas. Director Venzor. Judge Villarreal. Director Voss. Director Weinstein has an excused absence. Director Work. Director Rampelmeyer. Director Michael Wynn. Justice Young. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
I will now call on Director Crow to deliver the invocation.
Good morning. Let us pause for a moment of reflection before we begin. Gracious God, we gather today mindful of the trust placed in us, the privilege and blessing of serving the attorneys of Texas as directors of this state bar. As we consider what it means to serve well, we're reminded of the teaching of Jesus that whoever among us would aspire to be great must first be a servant. May that wisdom shape the spirit of which we work here today. May we bring to this meeting the clarity to listen carefully, the humility to weigh differing opinions and to view and to value those differences, and the discernment to decide wisely. Let our words be measured and sprinkled with grace, and our purpose always the good and betterment of those we are called to serve. And may we leave here and travel to our homes safely this afternoon with the knowledge that we have been faithful stewards of the responsibilities entrusted to us. In the name of your Son, we pray. Amen.
I will now call on Director Laura Ellis Kugler to lead the board in the pledge to the U.S. and the Texas flags.
Good morning. Please join me in honoring the U.S. and Texas flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
At this time, we would welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue card in the back and return it to the staff. If there is a specific topic of discussion or agenda item you would like to speak on, please list that on the card. If any members of the public have signed up to speak remotely, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is your turn to speak, and I will address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we will notify you when your time is complete. Okay, no member of the public has signed up to speak, and the public comment period is now closed. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are board members or staff who wish to speak, please approach the mic in the center of the room here, and I will let you know when it's your turn to speak. We'll move on to agenda item number 6, which is a report from me. If any director wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda to be placed on the regular agenda, please speak now. Hearing no request for modification of the consent agenda, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda? Okay, we have a motion from Director Perez and a second from, who's that? Director Work. Is there any discussion? Okay, all directors who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. I'm now going to call on President Vargas for the presentation of the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. This morning, I have the pleasure of presenting a resolution honoring a truly invaluable member of the Boerne legal community, Judge Kirsten Cahoon. Judge Cahoon, could you please come to the front of the room? Judge Cahoon is a 23-year member of the State Bar of Texas. She received her Bachelor of Science degree from TCU and her JD from South Texas College of Law in Houston. Judge Cahoon began her legal career at Bracewell and then became corporate counsel for HCC Insurance Holdings, and in 2009, she took on the role of Assistant General Counsel, Corporate Secretary, and Risk Manager for Imperial Sugar Company. Then from 2010 to 2018, she served as City Attorney for the City of Boerne. In 2019, she became the first elected judge of the 451st Judicial District Court in Kendall County, and she continues to serve in that capacity today. And in 2025, Governor Abbott appointed Judge Cahoon to be presiding judge of Texas's 6th Administrative Judicial Region. Judge Cahoon also serves the Texas legal community as a board member of the State Bar of Texas Judicial Section, and she's also a former secretary of the Texas Association of District Judges and a former vice president of TYLA. In addition, Judge Cahoon mentors young people throughout teen court, speaks at schools and organizations on constitutional rights, and promotes education through her service on the board of the Bernie Education Foundation. Today, the State Bar of Texas honors Judge Kirsten Cahoon for her outstanding efforts on behalf of the people of Texas, her dedication to the Bernie community, and her unwavering commitment to the legal profession. Congratulations, Judge Cahoon. Let's step in front of the podium. Patrick, will you come up for a picture? Congratulations, and thank you for everything you do.
Okay, we'll move on to my general report. Reimbursement requests. Directors, please remember to submit your reimbursement requests in a timely fashion. We will need all reimbursements turned in promptly due to the fiscal year ending on May 31st, so please get those in as soon as possible. Annual meeting registrations. Jennifer Reams has sent all directors their registration forms for the 2026 State Bar Annual Meeting. Please make sure you submit those forms if you haven't done so already. If you need help locating your form, please contact Jennifer after the meeting and she will assist you with that. Board Effects. Everyone should be checking Board Effects, and I hope everyone can sign into Board Effects today. There have been surveys that have gone out to all first and second year directors and section reps. You should have received 3 different surveys. There are surveys for your preferences on the board committees, the sections, and the standing committees for the 2026-2027 board year. Please complete these surveys as soon as possible, as they are due April 30th. If you have any questions, please get with Jen or Tammy. And now we're up next. We're ready for the next chair-elect election. So we're going to call on all voting board members to select the next chair-elect for the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors. It's kind of hard to believe that we're already here, considering we just did this literally less than a year ago. Tomorrow will be a year. But it's truly been a privilege to serve as your chair, and I want to thank you all for the opportunity to do so. We have 3 excellent candidates this year: Directors Steve Shiscano, Director Deanna Gomez, and Director Amy Rod, who have stepped up to be considered as your next chair-elect. Before we begin the voting process, let's give them all a round of applause for running and being willing to serve. So at our January board meeting, the board voted to conduct the election for the 2026-2027 board chair-elect by use of online voting. We will be using the Board Effect platform tool called Poll for the online voting. Therefore, voting directors, it's imperative that you log into Board Effect. I hope everyone has their passwords. All right, the State Bar rules require that directors be present to vote. Voting by proxy is not allowed. Only voting members of the board may vote in the board chair election. And just to note, these election votes are subject to both the Open Meetings Act and the Open Records Act. For that reason, we are having you log into your Board Effect as a count verification. As provided in the policy manual, the election will proceed in this way. You will vote for one of the 3 chair candidates. The candidate receiving the majority of the vote of the board members present and voting, that candidate will win the election and will be the chair-elect. If no one receives a majority of the vote, then the candidate receiving the fewest votes will be removed from the poll, and we will conduct a second poll with the remaining candidates. This process will continue until we have a candidate with the majority of the board votes, and then who will then be named the chair-elect. At this time, there are slides on the screens to provide instructions on how to vote using the Board Effect tool called Poll. You will need to be logged into Board Effect either on your computer, your tablets, or your smartphone. Once you've logged into Board Effect, you will be on your home page. Scroll down to where you see My Polls. Click the name of the poll, electronic ballot for chair of the board. Please make sure you make your selection and then hit submit, and then your vote will be complete. If you're having any difficulties, please just raise your hand, and Jen or Tammy, we have one here, Jen or Tammy will head over to help you. So, we've got a couple over here. Okay, so it's now live, so let's maybe refresh and then try again. And candidates, if you wish to leave the room, you can, but you're happy to stay in line and inside as well. Just kind of up to you. Good. The first one I've never been able to vote in. It's the first one I've never voted in.
Don't you cast the tie-breaking vote?
Yeah, this one, yeah. It's just not a position I want to be in. Okay, we did not have a majority, so we're going to have a second round of voting. The candidates receiving the highest votes will be going on to the next round will be Director Steve Shiscano and Director Amy Rod. Jen will now make the next poll live. Maybe refresh if you haven't, but it should come up for the second roll. And again, if you have any issues, just raise your hand and someone will come and assist you. Bless you. Okay, all the votes have been tallied, and our 2026-2027 Chair of the Board will be Director Steve Shiscano. Please come on up, Steve.
Congratulations, my friend. You're going to do a great job. Really proud of you.
Honestly, I don't even know what to say. I felt like it was going to be a little bit of a jinx to try to script something, so I definitely didn't want to jinx the moment, but I will start this with the way I started my talk last time, is that the two incredible human beings that ran with me are amazing. Amy, Deanna, y'all are rock stars, and it was such a privilege to be able to run side by side with the two of you. I consider you dear friends, and honestly, if I had known your names were in the hat, I wouldn't have run for that crazy thing, because I felt, you guys would do an incredible job. But I would tell you, and I spoke to almost everybody in the room on this journey, this room is screaming with talent. This room is full of energy, ideas, thoughts, vision. With this room, I truly believe there are no limits. There are no ceilings. There is no dream that is too small or too big. Everybody gave me your thoughts and your ideas, and it wasn't just lip service. I wrote every one of them down, and I'm going to do my best to work with each one of you so that we can continue to support Santos's great vision of access to justice, so that we can support President David's vision of what we're going to do and how we're going to move it forward. This team is on fire. And to think I get to have a little piece of the leadership of all of this is super humbling. I thank each of you for the confidence that you shared in electing me. My law firm's production is going to go way down.
Yes, it will.
But they said I could do it, so no backsies. I love you guys. Can't thank you for the confidence, and I'm going to work super hard to make sure that each one of you are hitting home runs every single day. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Steve. I will now call on Executive Director Trey Upfeld to provide a general report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, directors. Chair-elect Giscano, congratulations. Looking forward to working with you and looking forward to your leadership. Director Rod, Director Gomez, I'm afraid you're going to have a lot of work to do because Chair-elect Giscano is going to put you to work. We're looking forward to your leadership as well. Well done, everyone. All right, we're going to start off this morning with a word of caution. We've noticed an increase lately in the number of phishing, P-H-I-S-H-I-N-G attacks, targeting our staff and volunteers, including members of this board. Remember, emails that appear to come from the State Bar leadership, other board members, or staff can be spoofed. That's a term of art, I understand. Spoofed or compromised. You should treat unusual or urgent email requests as unverified until proven otherwise. Never act on financial or sensitive requests based on email alone. Verify these requests independently by calling a known number, not the number in the email. Be cautious with unexpected links, attachments that require login, or messages that create a sense of urgency. Do not engage with these messages. We take a number of safety precautions on our end, but those measures are designed to support and not replace good judgment. The best thing you can do is pause and verify. In other words, stop and think. A short delay to confirm a request is insignificant compared to the impact of a successful attack. So thank you for your consideration and your caution moving forward. Now, Leadership SBOT. Our Leadership SBOT class held its second meeting at the end of February in Galveston. This year marks the 18th class to participate in our leadership development program. In the photo on the screen, you'll see the class at the Ronald McDonald House at a team building exercise. That team building exercise was very moving and meaningful and very impactful. The class was once again joined by President Vargas and TYLA President Allison Martinez. Participants heard from an outstanding lineup of leaders in our profession, including Judge Jeff Brown, Josephine Sorgway, John Netchman, and Karen Walrond. I had the privilege of witnessing the strong connections already forming among these class members and emerging leaders, and I am confident that they will carry forward the program's tradition of stepping into meaningful leadership roles within the bar. We continue to prepare for the 2026 annual meeting to be held in Houston at the Marriott Marquis. It will be June 11 and 12. There's a handout in your meeting materials that lists the different law firm and corporate sponsorship levels. If you're interested in any of those, please let us know. We have an outstanding lineup of speakers for the annual meeting. Beginning first with our Thursday luncheon speakers, we will have our own Justice Evan Young in a panel discussion with Chief Judge Jeffrey Sutton of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. They will be speaking on the Constitution. It'll be a riveting discussion between these two, and I don't know if any of you got a chance to see Justice Young in action yesterday at the Solo Small Firm event, but gave a great talk on the Texas Constitution. Very entertaining. Thank you, Justice Young. We will also have at our bench bar breakfast, we will have Chief Justice Jimmy Blacklock lead us off there. And that will be followed by Judge Fred McClure from the Court of Criminal Appeals. And then finally, Judge Victor Villarreal from the Judicial Section as our Judicial Section Chair. We'll hear from all of them at that meeting. And then at the Friday General Session Luncheon, we will hear from Damian Reel on artificial intelligence. And he will be giving a very good discussion and review of artificial intelligence. Planning is also underway for this year's Local Bar Leaders Conference, and that will take place in July 23rd and 24th at the Westin Galleria in Houston. The conference will be preceded by a board work session on strategic planning and other issues on July 22nd, so please mark your calendars. You'll hear more about the work session later in the meeting during the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee report. As you know, the Local Bar Leaders Conference brings together local and specialty bar leaders, young lawyer affiliate leaders, access to justice delegates from across the state, all to share information and ideas to help them better serve their members. The conference obviously is one way that the State Bar meets our statutory purpose of encouraging the activities of local bar associations. Next, I have some updates on our efforts related to AI. The State Bar is focused on providing resources for our members on the potential benefits and pitfalls of technology. Our latest project is Ask a Human. That's the webinar Q&A series created by our Law Practice Management Committee and staff. The series complements the State Bar of Texas AI Toolkit by putting a human face on AI. The team is hosting live webinars where lawyers and attorneys can ask any questions they have about AI in the law. The first event happened in November, and the second took place on April 15th. Both were well attended and well received. At the April session alone, several hundred attorneys attended and submitted approximately 300 questions on topics ranging from ethics and professional responsibility, accuracy concerns, disclosure requirements, and best practices and best AI tools. So I invite everyone to go to the Texas Bar Practice website at texasbarpractice.com, where you can sign up for a free email newsletter called Practice Makes Perfect. The newsletter will give you advance notice of future webinars and other relevant resources. And if you haven't reviewed the State Bar of Texas AI Toolkit, please do. It's the first of its kind in the nation. The toolkit covers both practical and ethical concerns of using AI in legal practice. You can view it at texasbar.com/AI Toolkit. Also, our staff has been working with our Emerging Technology Committee on an update to the State Bar's 2024 survey on AI in the practice of law, and you'll hear more about the 2026 survey at our June board meeting. Next, we have an action item that I'd like to discuss. Regarding the planned State Bar Education and Conference Center at 1415 Lavaca. We've been working diligently over the last several months with our owner's rep, Square One, specifically on design, adjustments, and value engineering. These revisions to drawings are near completion. Square One is driving toward cost alignment, design and process management, and timely delivery. They've given us insight into the overall process and kept the project on track. We also continue to make progress with what's known in the fundraising world as the quiet phase or confidence building stage of our capital campaign. As we've talked about before, during this phase, we plan to raise at least 70 to 75% of our $20 million goal. Since our last meeting, we've given several fundraising presentations. We have received some verbal commitments and also have several discussions ongoing regarding potential donations. As I mentioned at our January meeting, as we start receiving donations, we will be asking the board to vote to accept those donations. That is required under Government Code 575 for the board to vote to accept those contributions, those donations in an open meeting. In a moment, I will be asking for a motion to accept the first two donations we have received. In the future, as this becomes more routine, we may move this item to the consent agenda. To clarify, this list reflects donations received to date and not pledges or verbal commitments. Those will be presented when they come to fruition. Thanks to the generosity of our early supporters, in addition to the donations we've already received, we have several verbal commitments that bring us to just over $4 million to date. Included in this total is a substantial lead gift, which you will see part of in the donations today. Because we are still in the confidence building phase, we are not making a public announcement of the gift at this time. That lead gift announcement will be part of the public campaign launch, and it will be celebrated appropriately at that time. We still have a long way to go. If you haven't already, send us your leads or let us know if there's any way you can help. We're currently focusing on larger gifts, those above of $100,000 or more. As a reminder, we have pledged that construction costs will be fully funded by donations and not member dues. This project, as we've talked about all along, it will benefit all of our members by providing a state-of-the-art education and conference center while also allowing us to bring more CLEs in-house in Austin. We're excited about the progress on the building and look forward to working together to make it a reality. Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to you for the motion.
All right, we will need a motion and a second to accept and acknowledge the acceptance of contributions to the State Bar of Texas Building Fund pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 575. Okay, so it's moved by Director Michael Wynn and second by Director Drew Spaniel. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, now it's my honor to present our quarterly Staff Excellence Award to Daniel Turner. Dan is a program associate with the Client Attorney Assistance Program, which helps answer the grievance information helpline. Dan has consistently served those calling the grievance helpline in a professional and compassionate manner. In a moment, when he answers calls, he instills a sense of calm and confidence, even in the most escalated situations, to enable callers to express their concerns and just feel heard, while also getting the information necessary to help them. His institutional knowledge of the grievance system, comprehension of legal matters, and ability to quickly locate information regarding state and local government programs enables him to accurately guide callers. He explains and clarifies complex subjects in an authoritative but kind manner, and he's a model for the team of effective communication methods. He also fields attorney calls professionally and effectively and is well received by our members. Dan demonstrates adaptability and delivers high-quality results across a wide range of projects and all assigned tasks. Some examples. He was a key participant in the creation of a new database built by State Bar IT and in implementing the launch and rollout this month. He is actively involved in assessing and managing complex public inquiries received by CAP and plays a key role in evaluating CAP processes. He handles a discretionary grievance caseload and acts as a liaison to the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office. He processes complex requests for assistance that require special handling and is a part of a small group working to improve the request for assistance process for clients who are incarcerated. Through it all, Dan brings peace and a smile on his face to work with him every day, which is priceless at CAP. Dan, we honor you today for your commitment to excellence, and I ask you to join me in recognizing Dan Turner for his work. Dan couldn't be here today, but he is watching intently, and we're proud of him, and he accepts your congratulations. Madam Chair, that completes my report.
Up next, we will turn it over to President Vargas for his President report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank everyone again for sharing such a special evening with my wife, Patty, and I in our happy place yesterday in our home. You know, growing up as a young man in Port Arthur, Texas, spending most of my free time every weekend working on hot roofs in the hot sun with my father as a roofer, I could have never imagined that I would make it one day to a place where I could host some of the most important lawyers in the state of Texas in my very own home. And so I just want to thank you all for making yesterday evening such a special evening for my wife, Patty, and I. Thank you all very, very, very much. You know, I had some remarks scripted out for me about all of the things that I've been doing and all of the places that I've traveled to over the last couple of months, but I don't want to spend my time talking about that. I want to reserve that time talking about access to justice and why it's so important for our legal community. Before I get that, I want to give you a couple of updates on other things that we've been up to as a board, including our solo and small firm CLE that we hosted here in Bernie yesterday. Every time that we travel for one of our board meetings, we put on free CLE for the local attorneys. It's something that is very well received and something that builds a lot of goodwill for the State Bar of Texas. And it's a service that we provide, and that's part of our job. And yesterday was a huge success. We provided not only a State Bar update, but also a Texas Supreme Court update. And the attendees learned about developments in family law, litigation, and employment law while receiving 2.5 hours of free CLE credit. I want to thank Justice Evan Young, along with directors Chris Nicholson, Cade Browning, and Deanna Gomez for joining me as speakers at this event. I also next want to talk about our Wall of Honor. And as you can remember, whenever I started my presidency and I mentioned that we were going to have a Wall of Honor this year, a lot of you kind of looked perplexed. What is he talking about, a Wall of Honor? But I've set out a challenge for all of our elected directors to go out and be ambassadors for the State Bar of Texas, and you all have done that. You all have taken that call to action, and you've gone out and you've set up speaking engagements, and you've spread the good word about what the State Bar of Texas is doing for its members, and I want to thank you for doing that. It means a lot. But I have one more call to action. I have one more call to action before my term as president runs out, and my call to action is to every single elected director in this room. I would love to have, and it would mean so much to me personally, if we had 100% participation on the Wall of Honor from every single one of our elected district directors. So now, I want to ask you, elected directors, will you take that call to action, and will you join me on getting onto the Wall of Honor? Will you? Viva. Viva. All right. Okay. So all you have to do to get on the Wall of Honor, you don't even have to speak yet. You just have to set up your speaking engagement and let Jennifer Reams and I know that you have that set up and you will be on the Wall of Honor. So I look forward at our last meeting of the year to having every single elected district director on the Wall of Honor. And with that, I want to give you all a quick update, not so quick update actually, but an update on the Stand with Santos campaign. As y'all have heard time and time again, during my journey as president, talking about access to justice and talking about all of the great things we've done, talking about the stats and all the money that we've raised and the hours that have been pledged. We do it all for a reason. And we could talk about access to justice, and we can talk about hours, and we can talk about dollars all day long. But at the end of the day, there are real people behind access to justice. There are real stories of both lawyers and the Texas citizens that desperately need help on access to justice. And I want to take just a couple of minutes to tell you about a couple of those stories and why access to justice is so incredibly important to me and also to everyone in this room. I want to start off by telling you a story about a woman named Marilyn. Marilyn lived with her husband and their 4 young children in a county where lawyers are few and far between, a legal desert where access to an attorney isn't just limited, it's often non-existent. And one night, Marilyn's world changed violently. Her husband, George, drunk and enraged, began attacking her. He beat her, he strangled her, and he did it while she held their 9-month-old baby in her arms. She lost consciousness, and when she came to, she gathered her 4 children and she fled. She drove across county lines, wounded and terrified, not knowing where else to turn. And the next morning, she made her way 45 minutes to a small office in Lubbock, Texas, called Family Legal Services of the South Plains. And when Marilyn walked through that door, she was looking for safety. And that's exactly what she found. And she found it in an attorney named Kay Caballero, who immediately took Marilyn's case. She didn't just take the case, though. She immediately filed a protective order, a temporary restraining order, and also drafted a divorce petition right then and there. Because when someone is fighting for their life, justice cannot wait. But the hardest moment came later when Marilyn walked into the courtroom. She looked out and she saw rows of faces, not friends, not supporters, but people there for her husband. People who didn't know what had happened behind closed doors. People who hadn't seen what she had endured. And I want you all just to imagine that for a moment. Imagine standing in a courtroom, steps away from the man who almost killed you, surrounded by people who don't believe you, and in the face of all of that, trying to tell your story. But Marilyn did not stand alone. Her attorney Kay stood beside her, literally and legally, and through testimony and cross-examination, Kay helped bring the truth into the light. She gave Marilyn not only representation, she gave her courage. And in the end, the judge granted the protective order, and Marilyn and her children walked out of that courthouse safer than when they walked in. And Marilyn's story is one of the many happening across our rural counties, places where distance, poverty, and limited resources make legal help feel completely out of reach. But when a lawyer shows up, physically shows up, that distance shrinks, that gap narrows, and justice becomes more than a concept, it becomes a lifeline. Now, many of our fellow Texans needed that lifeline last summer, almost 1 year ago, right here in the Texas Hill Country when we experienced the devastating flooding on the Guadalupe River. Now, I will tell you, yesterday evening, I had one of the happiest moments of my life looking out at all of you all, smiling and laughing and having a wonderful time. But almost a year ago, I had one of the saddest moments of my life, standing on that very front porch, the same porch that we were all celebrating on yesterday, as I was looking out across my neighborhood, watching helicopters fly up and down the Guadalupe River, looking for people who had been taken by the flooding in the Hill Country. That crisis claimed more than 130 lives, including many children. And as the water receded, the challenges for the survivors continued to rise. In the face of this devastation, I observed something remarkable. Texas lawyers didn't wait to be asked. Local bar associations, the State Bar's Disaster Legal Task Force, and legal aid organizations sprang into action. And within weeks of the flooding, Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, working with the task force, hosted a 1-hour webcast training for volunteer attorneys on how to assist survivors with pressing legal issues, housing problems, benefits, contractor fraud, and challenges with FEMA individual assistance. More than 800 attorneys attended, ready to help. The sheer number of lawyers who responded without hesitation shows what happens when members of our profession step into the gap for neighbors who have nowhere else to turn. And that collective response, not mandated, not temporary, not obligated, is itself a narrative about who we are as Texas lawyers, because when disaster strikes, we don't just sympathize, we act. And that, my fellow directors, is why I get out every single day and do what I do, going across the state, talking to lawyers, talking to groups, talking to different associations about access to justice, because there are real people, there are real stories, and there are real disasters unfolding every single day, affecting our fellow Texas citizens. But I want to thank you all for all the support that you've given me on this journey of access to justice this year as president of the State Bar of Texas. Fortunately, I've had lots of help from lawyers along the way. And this year, I've gotten even additional help from the Hispanic Lawyers Association, who has Loteria coming up on May 7th. And so the Hispanic Lawyers Association, 5:30 p.m., May 7th. Please, if you can, I'm urging all of you to participate in Loteria. For only $50, you can buy a table and a tabla and participate on Loteria. It's all over Zoom. It's an enormous amount of fun, and every single dollar that's raised through Loteria goes to support Access to Justice. Now, you can scan the QR code on the screen and sign up, but every single dollar of this year's Loteria is going to be earmarked for the Stand with Santos campaign, and I want to thank the Access to Justice Commission, the Access to Justice Foundation, and the Hispanic Lawyers Association for supporting this cause and being there for me this year. So thank you, and if you all can, please join and please participate in this year's Loteria. Lastly, I want to talk about our at-large director position. There are 4 at-large director positions on the State Bar Board, and at the annual meeting in June, the term for one of the positions is going to expire. The State Bar invited potential nominees to submit applications by December 1st, and the ad hoc committee to select at-large directors reviewed the nominations, conducted interviews with all of the applicants, and submitted 2 nominees for my consideration. I conducted my own interviews of the nominees. There were incredibly talented candidates with tremendous experience and volunteer service. It was a really, really difficult decision, but I was glad that we had such qualified individuals to consider. But at the end of the day, I had to choose one. And I have selected Samantha Ann Horwich-Nadolny, whose resume is in your materials. The term for the position will begin at the annual meeting, and I want to thank Committee Chair Noel Hicks and committee members Steve Toscano, John Greenslade, Karen Locke, and Armin Salick for all of their great work on the selection process. And with that, I move that the board approve the appointment of Samantha Ann Horwich-Nadolny as at-large director for a 3-year term effective at the 2026 annual meeting.
All right, it's been moved. May I get a second? All right, it was Director Nicholson seconds. Is there any discussion on this motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
And Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, President Vargas. Up next, we will hear from our President-elect, David Smith.
Hi, everybody. Wow. Last night, I had the privilege to be able to talk to this guy's parents. And I was thanking them. I said, thank you for your son because of all the things that he has done for our bar and the things that he is doing for people across this state. His dad was quick to remind me, he says, hey, he's not my only son. I've got 3 others. And thanks, Dad. But he was very, very proud. They were both very, very proud, and they have a reason to be proud. And Patty, thank you. Santos, thank you. Last night, y'all knocked it out of the park. Thank you very much for what we had. When you heard from Steve, when he got up, we had 3 awesome candidates for the office. And when you heard Steve talk, I hope everybody listened to every word that he said, because what he said was so true. In this room, we have a room full of rock stars. You are the best. You are the cream of the crop. Remember that, because we're going to be doing a lot going into the next year and the oncoming years. We have a lot to do. We have a lot of goals to meet. We have a lot of work to get done. So remember what he said. And Steve, I look so forward to working with you next year. It is going to be not only an honor, but we're going to have a great time doing it. All of us are going to have a great time going forward. You know, last week I woke up, and I have a true confession to make to all of y'all. I woke up and I realized I'm a bar nerd. This job just keeps getting better, and it has just been a total privilege. I haven't shaved my head yet, but, you know, that could happen. Over the past 3 months since our last meeting, we've been traveling quite a bit. Diane and I have actually been to Rockwall a couple of times. The rest of the time, we've been out and about. We have seen and done a lot. We have been to various different meetings. I'm not going to go through the litany of everything that's happened. I just want to tell you all that during this time, it's been a tremendous learning process. And not being the sharpest tack, I have to have help. And I just tell you the help that I have had from Santos, from Steve, from Trey, what they have been able to teach me while we're out and about doing our business and learning at different conferences, the Western States Bar Conference, the Southern Bar Conference, the National Association of the National Conference of Bar Presidents, all of those events. They're explaining to me what is going on and teaching me and being very patient with me and showing me what needs to be done so that I can better help y'all lead this organization next year. And my heartfelt thanks go out to the three of y'all especially for that mentorship and leadership that you have shown. Additionally, I have a shout out for Harriet Myers. We did, like I said, I'm not going to tell you everywhere we went, but we got to go to Washington, D.C. to work on the Legal Services Corporation funding, seeking support from the Texas congressional delegation. And we were led by Harriet Myers. I had this really cool picture. We couldn't get it up. I was going to show it to y'all on my phone, but you couldn't see it, but there it is. We were in Washington, D.C. at the height of the cherry blossoms blooming, okay? We didn't get a lot of time to go see it because most of the time we were following Harriet around the halls of the congressional office buildings, talking to different representatives and senators, getting their support for the Legal Services Corporation that funds the three major legal service providers in Texas. And she was just absolutely amazing. We know she's a rock star. We know she's a legend. I just want y'all to know it's hard to keep up with her when she's moving up and down the halls of those congressional office buildings, going from room to room, and she knows everybody. Everybody stops to say hi to her. It's an amazing experience, and my hat is off to her because people in Texas, with Santos doing the Stand with Santos campaign, and Harriet leading the Access to Justice Commission, we are moving in the right direction and making great strides towards helping people in need. And that is an amazing, it's just amazing to watch, and my hat's off to them. The next shout out, number 3 that I have, is going to Trish McAllister, who is with the Practice Management Office for the State Bar. She is the one who has been putting together, if you've watched the Ask a Lawyer series that Trey was talking about in his report, if you haven't seen it, go to our YouTube channel and watch it. It is amazing, and she has done a great job with that. I lift her up because she has done such a great job in putting that together and moving that forward. It is a great tool for every lawyer that is practicing in the state of Texas. I wish everyone would watch it. When you're talking, when you're going out and you're getting your position on the Wall of Honor and you're talking to your local bar associations, make sure you mention that and have them go watch it. It is a very well done program, and it is definitely helpful to people practicing in the state. The next shout out I have is to the State Bar executive staff. Kaylin, Jennifer, Tammy, Amy, Chris, Andrea Berlinger, wow, golly, these people have just been a tremendous aid. And once again, they have been very patient, they have been great teachers, and they have been helping me learn how to do this job better, to better serve y'all and to better serve the lawyers of the state of Texas. I have told Trey, and I will say this long, loud, and as many times as I can, folks, we are getting a great bang for our buck out of the people that work for the State Bar. I do not know a slacker one out of the people that I've met who work for the state bar. These people go above and beyond. And let me tell you something. They could go into, maybe I shouldn't say this, but they could go into different areas in the private sector and probably make a lot more money, but they stay here because there is a culture that has been developed in our state bar, mainly by this man and his leadership, and by those people who are here, that it's just something I have not witnessed in any other organization. Their commitment, their desire, and their absolute pleasure in doing their job and working with people to make the practice of law better for lawyers, to make the practice of law better for the people of the state of Texas, it's amazing. And my hat's off to them, and my shout out is to them, and thank y'all. Of special note is Lowell. I call him the AI of the state bar. We don't need AI, we've got Lowell. He has just been so helpful in so many ways to me, helping me come up with ideas for speaking engagements and just giving good practical advice. He's great. And folks, we are really, really blessed and privileged to have this group working for this bar. Next, I have an ask of each and every one of you. As we get ready to go into the next year, as we transition from Santos's presidency to mine, I'd like you, as you're going out and earning your spot on the Wall of Honor or continuing your spot on the Wall of Honor, I want you to talk to your local bar organizations and do some investigation for me, if you would. If you know of some, in your districts, if you know of some bar organizations that kind of fell off the radar during COVID, that kind of lost its steam, local organizations that were once thriving but that are struggling now or have just simply shut down, let me know. Let me know, and let me know the names of the people who were involved in those bar organizations so we can reach out to them. We want to revitalize them because that's going to be part of what we're doing next year. We're going to be revitalizing on the local level more of those bar organizations that simply could not survive the pandemic and could not continue after the pandemic, and we want to bring them back to action. We want to bring them into the fold and have them active and working and helping the lawyers in their small towns and in the areas that they serve. So if you know of any of those, please let me know. As we get ready to go into the next year, and when that happens in June, there's a lot of things that I'll be doing. I'll have plenty more to report to you, but I want you to know that this focus will include a focus on bringing the bar home. As I went through the process of the campaign last year, I would talk to young lawyers. I would talk to older lawyers. Many of them were like me when they got out of law school. I asked them, what did you know about the state bar? Nothing, except I had to take a test. And then I have to write them a check. And then I hope I don't hear from them again. And so that's really not good for us. And we need to bring more of it home. And the bar has been doing a great job of getting communications out through social media and through emails and through the various campaigns that we have, but we can do more because as the board of directors, we can be the ones who bring it really home. You can take it straight to them through word of mouth and your presentations as you go out into those bars, and that's what we're going to be working on. We're going to be supporting the local bar organizations. We're going to be strengthening and continuing the great work by Santos on bringing access to justice home and making sure that the people we serve get the services that they need. We are going to be working on making more CLE available in remote areas to lawyers who have a difficult time. If you're a solo practitioner and you're out in Borger, Texas, you have a hard time traveling to Dallas to go to a CLE event. We want to help bring that home, and with the great work of our CLE department and Hetty Bauer, we're going to be bringing customized CLE to those people so that they can get their entire CLE over the course of a period of time in their own backyard, and they are better served by our bar. We are going to be doing more to encourage mentorship, professional development, and mental health support for all aspects of our legal community. And that means starting with our law students who are a part of this bar and moving all the way through. And we're going to encourage that camaraderie, that feeling of community that we have in this room. And one of the things you're going to hear me talking about long and loud is my pride in this organization right here. Because if you will look around the room, we have people that cover the entire spectrum. And we are able to come together. We like each other. We work together. When we have differences, we respectfully discuss them. We respectfully argue them, and we come up with a resolution of whatever problem it is that is facing us. That is why I became so active in this bar, because I saw that and it made me proud, and I wanted to be a part of it. And each and every one of you should be proud of the fact that you're a part of that organization. And in this day and time, when our world is so divided, when our country is so divided, we have an organization that we can say it works. And we can stand as an example. And it just takes one example to cause a domino effect. And that's what we're going to be emphasizing next year, is the quality and the great things that this organization, that this board of directors organization does. And we're going to spread the word. And I want you to help me do that. It is not going to be my effort. It is going to be our effort. And we're going to have a great year doing it. I look forward to working on these projects with you as we move into the future, and it's going to be a great ride, y'all. Can't wait for it. Okay, now I want to get to some of the boring stuff. That's the budget committee. Okay, we have an action item. We're going to need to consider and discuss the budget for 26-27. And Hisham, you can't leave. Here now. Okay. I wanted to give you an update on the State Bar of Texas 26-27 proposed budget. It's going to be presented to the Supreme Court, I believe, on Monday. This morning, I need to let you know that the budget has not changed since its presentation during our January board meeting. If you'll recall, we had that. Your packet, it includes the proposed copy, or a copy of the proposed budget that was included in the Texas Bar Journal that was put into publication in the March issue. Additional details of the proposed budget you can find in your board effect materials, and you can also find it on the State Bar website, our finances webpage, under the section Proposed Combined Budget. There's a 72-page report available, and I know every one of you are going to read that. That provides a description and breakdown of the revenues and expenditures by each individual budget item. The public hearing on the State Bar fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget was held on March 31st at the Texas Law Center. The presentation was live streamed on the State Bar of Texas YouTube channel. Trey did an excellent job of putting the budget into very understandable terms and presenting that. We did not have any public commentary. We did not have any feedback from the public on that. I'm assuming everybody appreciated it and accepted it as it was presented. Today, I am seeking board approval to present the proposed budget to the Supreme Court of Texas. Pending board approval, a meeting with the court will be held on April 27th, Monday. I would like to, Madam Chair, bring the motion on behalf of the Budget Committee to approve the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget for presentation to the Supreme Court.
All right, any director who wishes to second the motion, please state your name. Second. Director Silverman, seconding the motion. And is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. This has been a wonderful experience, as I've said. I'm looking forward to it, y'all. Let's go forward. And remember, be good, do good, and help others. Thank y'all.
All right, up next, we will hear from our immediate past president, Steve Benish, and it'll be immediately followed by the number 10 on the agenda for the Nominations and Elections Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I am getting ready to land this plane. It's hard to believe that almost 4 years ago, in June 2022, then State Bar Director David Courageous approached me at the Texas Bar Foundation annual dinner and asked me if I might be interested in tossing my hat, my name in the hat, or hat in the ring, to be interviewed as a possible nominee for State Bar President-elect. And what a ride it has been, but more of that in June when we have our outgoing board meeting. I am pleased to report that I've had refreshingly few travels, comparatively few travels since our last board meeting in January. I did go to a couple of big events. It was my pleasure, along with other members of the executive team, to attend the Dallas Bar's annual inaugural gala and the Austin Bar's annual gala. And I offer my congratulations to Presidents Vicki Blanton and Maitreya Tomlinson on extraordinary years as the presidents of those two local bar associations. It was also my great honor on behalf of the State Bar Board to attend the annual induction ceremony for the Texas Board of Legal Specialization in Austin, Texas. And if you will give me a moment of personal privilege for us to honor our own board chair, Brittany Harrison, who was inducted as a brand new board certified attorney in that ceremony. Will you join me? I'm also pleased to report that my remaining to-do list is refreshingly short, and it really focuses on completion of our website redesign project. The State Bar continues to work on texasbar.com. As you know, we are giving it a fresh look and feel, and we are reorganizing the content in an easier, in a manner so that it's easier to find, it's easier to navigate, and it's easier for all users, whether they are lawyers or not. As I reported at our January meeting, the design phase of the project is completed, and we're now in the development phase. We are now migrating content into the new site, which will have the same URL. We're not going to change it. It's going to remain texasbar.com, and we plan to launch that in the near future, and that will check the last box on my to-do box. And so, with your permission, Madam Chair, I will move into the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee report. My co-chair, Paul Stafford, immediate past chair of the State Bar Board, sends his greetings and his regrets. He is in trial. I know it's unusual, but trials sometimes go a little longer than you tell the judge they're going to go. It just happens. And he is caught in trial today. He really wishes he could be here. It is an excused absence, as you heard when roll was taken, and it is the first of any of our quarterly board meetings that he, as board chair or as immediate past chair, has had to miss. And I wanted you to know he wishes he could be here. The State Bar election for president-elect and district directors kicked off, as you know, on April 1st. We're in the month-long voting period. The two candidates for State Bar president-elect, Sarah Clower Keithley of Corsicana and Ray Thomas in McAllen, has been active. They have been campaigning all over the state, and I can tell you from personal experience, they are doing a really great job at it. There were no petition candidates this year, so it's just the two of them. To help them get their messages out, the State Bar distributed 2 videos and 2 written messages from each of the candidates. The first 2 videos were distributed by email and on YouTube on March 26th, and the second set was sent out on April 8th. The first written message was sent by email on March 18th, and the second one was emailed on April 16th. These materials were also shared on social media and on the State Bar's website. The State Bar conducted a candidate forum with the president-elect candidates on March 31st that was hosted by immediate past chair Paul Stafford and myself. It was broadcast through Zoom with opportunities for lawyers to submit questions, and they did. Turnout for the forum was exceptional, exceeding any previous turnout. Around 800 lawyers dialed in and participated in the live event, and the presentation is available on YouTube. It remains available on YouTube and on the State Bar Elections page, which is found at texasbar.com/elections. We also featured information on the candidates in the April issue of the Texas Bar Journal and in an additional email and social media, additional emails and social media messages. We ask, with just a few days remaining in the month of April, all of you to continue to publicize the elections, including those for the district director positions, and help us increase turnout as much as possible. There are 10 district director positions for election this year. The chart of the certified district candidates is included in your meeting materials. Just a reminder that the 2026 State Bar election is electronic again this year. The State Bar sent emails and mailed a postcard to all members that included a reminder about voting. The emails and postcards included a link that takes you directly to our election page that includes information about the State Bar and TYLA President-elect candidates and the district director positions. Please contact Trey Apfel or the State Bar if you have any questions regarding the voting process. As a reminder, the election will end at 5 p.m. Central on April 30th, and results will be released that evening. We wish good luck, best wishes to both of our candidates for State Bar President-elect, to all of our district director candidates. We have 6 more days to spread the word to encourage our fellow lawyers here in the state of Texas and beyond, all the members of the State Bar, to vote. I thank you all for your attention. Appreciate it. Madam Chair.
Are there any questions or comments on either report from Director Benish? All right, next we will move on to agenda item number 12. We will hear from Yolanda Cortez Mars, Chair of the Minimum Continuing Legal Education Committee, and she will be joining us via Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, board members, executive committee, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, and staff. As a past State Bar of Texas Director for District 8, ending in 2022, it is my pleasure to bring you this morning the MCLE committee report and the proposed revisions that the committee has approved for your approval today. In your board packet, I refer you to 4 action items. These include proposed changes to the MCLE regulations and a change to the accreditation standards, and these require your approval today. I'll begin by saying these include the a proposal to remove teleconferences from the approved formats and instead allow live online courses. They include the provision to incorporate the term Texas Supreme Court approved law schools, updating the ABA accredited law schools, reflecting recent amendments by the Supreme Court of Texas. The approval to add an exemption for active armed services personnel to the MCLE regulations, and to add emerging technology to the legal professional responsibility definitions to the MCLE accreditation standards. I'll start by saying these, it should be noted that all of these proposed MCLE regulation changes are only regulation changes, not changes to the MCLE rules, and therefore only need Board of Directors approvals. In your materials today, there is a red line version of the MCLE regulations that includes all these proposed revisions. The first of the revisions to the MCLE regulations come as a cleanup item that will align the regulations to what the current MCLE policy has been since COVID. The MCLE committee is proposing eliminating the very antiquated term teleconferences, and we are adding the language live online courses to be recorded for on-demand viewing without a second application for accreditation. Currently, the regulations spell out that a sponsor would have to submit another application if a live online course were to be offered on demand. Since COVID, MCLE has done away with this duplicity in order to make it easier for licensed Texas attorneys and sponsors. This is aligning the regulations to how the MCLE department is currently operating. Since this has been the policy for some time, there will be no financial impact with this streamline of the regulations. With that in mind, the MCLE committee would request that there be a motion that the Board of Directors approve updates to Section 10.2.2 and Section 10.5.1 of the MCLE regulations, removing teleconferences from the approved formats and to officially allow live online courses to be recorded for on-demand viewing without a second application for accreditation.
All right, is there a motion Director Castle moves. Is there a second? Okay, I saw a second by Jed Silverman. Is there any discussion on this motion? All right, all directors who in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. And any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
Thank you. I'll continue. If I may, the second regulation change comes by way of the Texas Supreme Court Order number 26-9002. Texas Supreme Court Order number 26-9002 finalizes amendments to Rule 1 of the rules governing admission to the Bar of Texas. Those amendments make the Texas Supreme Court the entity that decides what law schools are accredited for purposes of licensure in Texas instead of the American Bar Association. The MCLE regulations need to be amended to reflect this change and add the language Texas Supreme Court approved law schools where it is applicable in the regulations. Therefore, the MCLE committee would request that there be a motion that the Board of Directors approve updates to Section 2.1.2 C through E, Section 5.1, Section 5.1.1, Section 10.3.1 of the MCLE regulations to incorporate the term Texas Supreme Court approved law schools, reflecting recent amendments to the rules governing admission to the State Bar of Texas pursuant to Supreme Court Order number 26-9002.
All right, is there a motion from the directors? It's been moved by Director Nicholson. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Director Perez. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
Thank you very much. I'll continue with the third MCLE proposed change, and that is for creating an armed services personnel exemption. The National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026 includes new requirements for judge, advocate general attorneys. The new law states JAG attorneys must maintain license status that provides current eligibility to practice before the highest court in their licensing jurisdiction and must be in compliance with requirements to remain eligible to practice law in their jurisdiction. Traditionally, JAG attorneys would claim the non-practicing exemption for their MCLE requirements. The non-practicing exemption would not meet the new JAG requirements. JAG attorneys have branch-specific military law requirements that they need to complete. These include ethics, military justice updates, operational law, and leadership courses. Mandating that they also fulfill their state MCLE requirements could be burdensome. There are also logistical challenges JAG attorneys would face if they had to complete both their branch-specific courses and their Texas MCLE requirements, as JAG attorneys can be deployed quickly and for an indeterminate amount of time and not be able to complete their MCLE requirements before their birth month reporting period. 23 states have such an exemption from MCLE requirements, including states with large attorney populations like California, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, and New York. Therefore, the MCLE committee would request that there be a motion that the Board of Directors approve adding Section 5.8, an exemption for active armed services personnel, to the MCLE regulations.
All right, is there a motion from our director? All right, moved by Director Tony Wynn. A second by Director Chris Rempelmeyer. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Lastly, there is a proposed change to the accreditation standards regarding emerging technologies. The purpose of defining emerging technology within the Texas MCLE accreditation standards is to provide clarity and consistency when evaluating courses that address lawyers' ethical responsibilities in a rapidly changing technological environment. As digital tools, artificial intelligence systems, data-driven platforms, and other advanced technologies become increasingly integrated into legal practice, they introduce new considerations related to competence, confidentiality, supervision, and the protection of client information. The Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct require lawyers to maintain the knowledge and skill necessary for competent representation, including understanding the benefits and risks associated with relevant technology. Rule 1.01, Comment 8 from 2019 states, each lawyer should strive to become and remain proficient and competent in the practice of law, including the benefits and risks associated with relevant technology. By adopting a clear, technology-neutral definition of emerging technology, the MCLE accreditation standards ensure that programs addressing new, evolving, or rapidly advancing digital tools or systems, when those tools implicate a lawyer's ethical duties, are recognized as appropriate for ethics credit. This approach guides course providers, promotes uniform accreditation decisions, and reflects the State Bar's commitment to supporting lawyers in meeting current professional responsibilities. The definition is intentionally flexible to accommodate future technological developments and to ensure consistent evaluation of courses addressing the ethical implications of technological change. Proposed addition to the accreditation standards are legal professional responsibility shall include programs addressing emerging technology, described as any new, evolving, or rapidly developing digital tool, system, or capability that may materially affect a lawyer's duties of competence, confidentiality, supervision, or the delivery of legal services. Therefore, the MCLE committee would request that there be a motion that the Board of Directors approve adding emerging technology to the legal professional responsibility definition to the MCLE accreditation standards.
All right, is there a motion from the directors? Moved by Director Tony Wynn. Any second? Seconded by Director Hicks. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all. That is the end of my report. Thank you for all the work you're doing for the State Bar.
Thank you, Yolanda. Very good to see you.
Likewise.
All right, we're going to revisit action item number 4 on the section 5.8, an exemption for the active armed services personnel to the MCLE regulations. We will need a motion from a voting director rather than a section rep. So if there is a motion from a voting director, would you please? All right, it'll be moved by Director Cade Browning, seconded by Director Spaniel. All right, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. And we will also revisit action item number 5, considering the approval of the adding emerging technology to the legal professional responsibility definition to the MCLE accreditation standard, as that one was also made by a non-voting director. So if we'd have a voting director, please make a motion. It'd be moved by Director Sosa, seconded by Director Martinez. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. And up next, we will have Director Cade Browning, who will provide the Administration Committee report.
Thank you. Always worrisome when you're about to give your report and Ritter and Fisher and everybody's up here whispering with each other. You're like, God, no, it's fixing to happen. But I'm here to give the Administration Committee report. We met last week, and we've got 2 proposed rules that came out of the Court Rules Committee for y'all's consideration to give to the court. The first is an amendment regarding Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 49.5, which is rehearing and en banc reconsiderations, and specifically as to 49.5, which is the en banc reconsideration. The committee met back in January and got the Court Rules Committee proposed changes that the movement would have to directly address the governing legal standard in the motion. Our very astute committee appellate guru, Director Voss, pointed out that the language proposed included the first page of the motion, but with all the styles and names, sometimes that might not be applicable. So your committee requested that the Rules Committee consider amending it, and so you will see it in your materials now, and they approved that and on March 27th, and then our committee approved it on April 1st, that the change to 49.5 would say at the outset of the argument in the en banc motion, under appropriate heading, the movement must address the standard of care for reconsideration found in Rule 41.2C, which is en banc reconsiderations. So, therefore, on that rule, I am moving that the board approve the referral of this committee, of the Court Rules Committee proposed amendments to 49.5 Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure to the Supreme Court for consideration.
Coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Thank you. The second one to consider is to the Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 502.5, and that proposed amendment is about changing the defendant's answer date from 14 to 20 days. This is for Justice Court, to allow So by extending the current deadline from 14 days to 20 days, the proposal safeguards due process by consistency, and the current version requires a written answer no more than 14 days, and sometimes that can be difficult for somebody out of state. And so the committee considered the Court Rule Committee proposed change on that, and we approved it. So therefore, we are going to move here today to amend Rule 502.5 to change it, as you'll see in your materials, unless the defendant is served by publication. Defendant's answer is due by the 20th day after the defendant is served with citation and petition, excluding weekend and holidays. If the 20th day falls on a legal holiday, Saturday or Sunday, the answer is due on the court's next business day. So, therefore, I move that this board approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 502.5 to the Supreme Court for consideration. Madam Chair.
Coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
And that concludes my report. Viva rules.
Thank you, Director Browning. All right. We'll do one more. Okay. So up next, we'll hear from Director Jeff Work, the Chair of the Employment Salary Evaluation Subcommittee.
Good morning, and may it please the board. I was going to get up here due to the encouragement of Justice Evan Young and lead you in singing Texas Our Texas. I actually requested that from some of our administration members, and I got no response. Then I read the words of Texas Our Texas, and I kind of understood why maybe I got no response, only because we might have a mutiny on hand or something of that nature. What it did bring to mind, though, and I'll wrap this up at the end here on my brief comments, is change is always inevitable, sometimes quicker than others, but it does happen. And it's how we react to those changes that makes us good lawyers, makes us a good state bar, and makes us good people. I had the privilege of serving as the chair of a subcommittee on employment, salary, and evaluation. The affiliated entities with the state bar are regularly reviewed in accordance with the board policy 1.17. The affiliated entities of the State Bar College, Law Focused Education, and the Texas Board of Legal Specialization are not under this subcommittee's purview, but are reviewed through the State Bar's budget process. Of the remaining affiliated entities, the two of them, the Texas Bar Foundation and the Texas Center for Legal Ethics, this subcommittee that I served chair on recently reviewed the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. The subcommittee reviewed a report from the center along with the independent auditor's report and budget information. Y'all will be pleased to know there was no concerns brought with that report. On April the 13th, the subcommittee met with Brad Johnson, executive director of the Center for Legal Ethics. Very impressed with Brad personally, and I know each of you are too. After the discussion with Brad and a thorough review of the materials, the subcommittee determined that no changes were recommended at this time. The change, though, never happens with our legal ethics. I actually, talking with my wife, she asked me, what's the difference between morals and ethics? And I had to think about that and actually looked it up a little bit. And morals is more on a personal basis of what you do when you're raised, but ethics is more in the society, is what you agree to as what are good social norms. Without going into specifics, without going into politics, all of you know our culture is changing and changing very quickly. And I think it's very important for us as lawyers to realize that the ethics we had when we started haven't changed. Sure, we have deliberated some, we have talked about some, we have made some concerns about how people are addressing, but I think we as lawyers should continue to lead in this area and not forget our responsibility not only to ourselves as individuals, to the courts and judges that we practice in, to our state bar, but to our culture. So I would encourage y'all to be strong supporters of our Center for Legal Ethics, as we always have done, but especially in today's society. So thank y'all for your time, and that's all we have from the subcommittee.
Any questions or comments for Director Work? All right, up next, we will hear from our chair-elect, Steve Triscano, Chair of the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee.
Okay, very briefly. Performance Measure and Strategic Planning Subcommittee met on April 13th. We are continuing the work on the bar's strategic planning process. Since January, we've moved from planning to execution. In January, we identified our stakeholder groups, outreach methods, and the structure for the board's July work session. In April, we focused on putting that plan into action, finalizing who we're hearing from, how we're gathering input, and who is responsible. We've confirmed 3 primary stakeholder groups: 1, State Bar staff; 2, State Bar leadership, including outgoing third-year directors, some past leadership; and 3, external stakeholders, including TILA, the Texas Access to Justice Commission, and sections. We've also reaffirmed our approach: surveys for broad input, targeted interviews for deeper insight, and a focus on identifying specific issues and priorities. At the April meeting, we finalized the stakeholder list and began assigning interview responsibilities. Each subcommittee member will take ownership of a set of stakeholders. A strategic planning consultant is leading the staff outreach, including senior staff interviews and survey development. The consultant will also help ensure consistency across the process. The subcommittee also reviewed draft surveys for leadership and staff. Those are being refined to ensure they produce clear, actionable feedback. Between now and July, our focus is to complete outreach, synthesize the feedback, and identify the key issues for board discussion in July. The July work session will follow the general format used in 2024, with adjustments to support focused discussion. Overall, the work's on track, and we continue to update the board as we move forward to July and ultimately a proposed strategic plan April 2027. And I want to say thank you to Luis as my co-pilot on this particular committee. That Lowell, thank you for all your leadership. I just would want to emphasize that the strategic plan is our engine refinement. It's where we become laser focused on the mission. It's where we begin to act as one oar in the water together, where we will row, row, row in unison. So please come to the strategic plan with your minds, with your vision, with your dreams, and let's build a better mousetrap. Thank you so much.
All right, any questions for Director Triscano? All right, the time is 9:50. Sorry, Siri, I didn't ask for that. Okay, it's 9:50. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back right around 10 o'clock. I said it's. Got one, two, where's Steve? Oh, there it is. That's what I'm trying to keep it. Okay. Okay, where's David? All right, we're going to get started again. The time is 10:01, and I will call the meeting back to order. Up next, we're going to move to the committee report from the Audit and Finance Committee. Director Forrest Huddleston, Chair of the Audit and Finance Committee, will now provide a report.
Thank you very much. So we have a relatively uneventful update from the Audit and Finance Committee today, which is generally a good thing. We do have a couple of action items for you guys, though, so pay close attention. One thing that I do want to just be sure to touch on before I jump in is what I kind of generally give a reminder on is, as we're talking about the financials of the State Bar, our fiscal year end is on May 31st every year. And so as we're talking about just numbers that are going to be up on the screen here, it will be income statement numbers starting on June 1st through the date of the report, which today is going to be February 28th. So as we're talking about the financial operations, it's over that period of time. The other thing that I want to be sure that I touch on is what the difference between an internal and an external audit is, because today we're going to be getting an update from our internal auditors. External audits, as you guys know, are the ones who come in and they say, hey, are the numbers that you're reporting on your financial statements correct? Internal auditors come in and they look at certain parts of the bar every year that typically rotate except for one, and they say, hey, are your processes and procedures in place to allow you to report numbers that are financially correct? So just want to be sure to touch base on that before we jump in, because we do have an action item, like I said, from our internal auditors today. So you guys are familiar with this screen. Essentially, we're saying, hey, this is the budget that we set in the middle column there. These are our actuals. And so the variance here is how we're comparing our actuals to what we set in the budget. So as you can tell, we're beating our budget by $2.5 million. That's good for the State Bar. I'm not going to go too much into that, but that's a good thing. That means that we are actively managing the budget. We are actually exceeding the budget. So testament to Tracy and the rest of the executive team for beating the budget that we set previously. Here's kind of a trend analysis of how we've done since February of 2024 to 2025 to 2026. So again, revenues are up mostly because of the increase in the dues for the lawyers in the state. So no surprise there. Similar trends as last time, so I'm not going to dive too much into that. And then we also, during the last Audit and Finance Committee meeting, discussed the quarterly investment report. We have an asset manager. It's called PFM Asset Management, and they presented the investment report to the Audit and Finance Committee on March 30th. The State Bar's general fund portfolio is fully invested in, you guys will recognize this, but U.S. Treasuries, federal agency securities, and AAA-rated money market mutual funds. So this is going to be the first action item in your materials is this quarterly investment report. So on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I would like to move to approve the State Bar quarterly investment report for the quarter ending February 2026.
All right, coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
Thank you very much. And Liz, if you want to go ahead and start coming up. So our next action item, like I said, is going to be for the internal audit reports. A couple months ago, we went over the external audit report and the financial statements. Now we're going over the results of our internal audit reports. So we're going to hear from our internal auditors. Liz Myers is a director from McConnell Jones. She's here to present the results of the internal audits for fiscal year 2026. Liz presented the internal audit reports to the Audit and Finance Committee on March 30th, 2026. Just as a reminder, the internal auditors reviewed the internal control procedures at the State Bar according to the internal audit plan. The full audit reports are in your materials. Liz, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay. So today I will be providing you the results of 3 engagements that we performed. First one is investments. The second one is the law practice resources audit, and then the legal access department advisory. Before we get started, I want to give you a little feedback or update on terminology I will be using. So the first one is a finding. So a finding means that there is a internal control weakness, or we identified noncompliance with a specific required policy, law, or regulation. When you see an opportunity for improvement, that means the controls are working as expected. These are just suggestions on how to get to best practices, more efficiency, et cetera. They're suggestions. They do not have to be implemented because, again, the controls are working as expected. Another one is you will see inherent risks and residual risks. So an inherent risk is basically, thank you. An inherent risk is the impact on the organization if the controls are not in place, or not working effectively, or not in place at all. And so this is before we even do an audit. And a residual risk, on the other hand, is that we come in, we look at the controls that are in place, and after we see how effective they are, what is the risk at that point to the organization? So an example I would give you is skydiving. So skydiving, jumping out of a perfectly good plane, is high risk just by itself. Versus residual risk would be after we consider, oh, well, they have parachutes, they're doing training, somebody is going out jumping tandem with an experienced skydiver. After you think of those things, that's the residual risk, and probably would take you down to medium or low. Now, for me personally, I would never jump out of a perfectly good plane. Doesn't matter what kind of controls are in place. It's a lot of fun. Okay, your risk tolerance is much higher than mine. Okay, so the first audit I'm going to cover is the Public Funds Investment Act. So in this one, we are assessing the management controls in place to determine that the investments are authorized, accurately recorded and reported, and they're in compliance with State Bar's policies, investment policies, and as well as the Public Funds Investment Act. And when we do this, we are looking at the investment transactions, the reconciliations, also the reporting and investment officer training, and then compliance with the State Bar's investment policy and the PFIA requirements. So in this one, the inherent risk is high, mostly because of the large dollar value of the investments, and the residual risk is low. So on this one, we looked at a total of 27 different controls, and as we looked at it, we rated that the internal controls for this area are are very effective, and in fact, we also noted best practices again. And I would like to give kudos to Tracy and her team, as this is the 6th year we have identified best practice processes, which is not normally the case. So congratulations, Tracy and your team. The next engagement we looked at was the law practice resources audit. So in this one, we were reviewing the revenue collection and recording of the Texas Bar books to make sure that they are accurate and timely. We also looked at the law practice management's inventory that are held by a third-party vendor to make sure that they are accurate and protected from damage or theft. And then we also looked to see that they were in compliance with the payment card industry data security standards, or PCI DSS, across relevant staff and third-party vendors. Our focus here was on the revenue collection and reporting, inventory management, and the PCI DSS compliance oversight. The inherent risk is high, residual risk is medium. We rated this one as some improvement is needed, and it wasn't because of the revenue collection or reporting. We found no issues with that. Actually, we just found one issue specifically related to Texas Bar books regarding the processes and supporting systems which were not included with the State Bar's defined PCI DSS policies and procedures. But I do want to note that before the audit was even completed, they addressed that issue and has resolved it. The last is the legal access advisory. In advisory, we are not looking at the effectiveness controls. Instead, we're just looking at the processes and the design of the processes. So it's a little bit different viewpoint. So in this one, we were looking to determine if they had a governance structure that was designed to ensure the effectiveness and compliance and efficiencies of the legal support services. Now, in this one, we looked at Malpractice Insurance Network, the Language Access Fund and Communication Access Fund, the Legal Research Network, as well as Poverty Law and Pro Bono Coordinators Retreat. Inherent risk is high, residual risk is low on this one. In this engagement, we reviewed the Legal Access Department's design of controls, policies, and procedures, and there were no control gaps noted. There were three opportunities for improvement as follows. Monitoring, I did it again. Sorry, guys. They were monitoring the malpractice insurance program to proactively manage cost exposure and maintain alignment with the program's cost control objectives, conducting post-translation follow-ups of the video and audio calls, and then documenting translations for quality. And then finally, formalizing existing processes and process flow diagrams into written process documents. That is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Not Forrest?
Thank you very much. Okay, so if there are no questions, clarifying points, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the internal audit reports issued by McConnell Jones and presented today.
And coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
And that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, up next, we will have Director Chris Rampelmeyer, who will be providing the report from the DCAAP Subcommittee.
Thank you very much. I can tell you as a 23-year-old, I did not perform a risk analysis when I went to airborne school. Why not? One responsibility of this board is to make the disciplinary process as fair and clear as possible for both clients and attorneys. To this end, the Disciplinary Client Attorney Assistance Program Committee, known as DCAP, met on March 30th to consider and make recommendations to the board regarding proposed rule changes initiated from the Committee on Disciplinary Rules and Referenda, CDRR, regarding the Texas Rules of Disciplinary Procedure Rule 1.06M and Rule 2.10. And for your reference, all this material starts on page 252 of your materials. As the State Bar's last sunset report, as of the State Bar's last sunset report in 2019, the Committee on Disciplinary Rules and Referenda was created to be the committee that initiates all proposed rule changes. This slide outlines the process. The CDRR initiates the proposed rule change within the 120 days. The rule changes go before this board. So we have a deadline to meet, which we are doing today. Once the board has approved enough proposed rule changes, they all go to the Supreme Court. So while we have this 120-day deadline to vote on these proposed rules, once voted on, they can stack up until there's enough to submit for a referendum, because we don't want to do a referendum just on a couple of rule changes. The CDRR has done extensive vetting of any proposed rule changes and allows for public comment through a public hearing, publishing the proposed rule changes in both the Texas Register and the Texas Bar Journal. There's links to those hearings. I watched both of them. There was only one comment about one rule, and it was a non-substantive comment. All proposed rule changes are also sent via email to all members of the bar. The first proposed rule change is for Rule 1.06M of the Texas Rules of Disciplinary Procedure, and it is a minor change. We are adding the words allegation or allegations of into the definition, And that adds that a offense of minor misconduct is not assumed to have definitively happened. And this is our first proposed action item.
All right, coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
Thank you. The second proposed rule change is to Rule 2.10 or 2.10, Texas Rules of Disciplinary Procedure. These changes help clarify the reviewing, dismissal, amending, and appealing of grievances. It provides clear and transparent instructions for complainants and for respondents regarding the appeal process. Besides filing an appeal with an appeal form that's included in the notification provided by the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office, appeals can also be in a written form. Amended grievances are accepted provided there is new or additional evidence. Points 1 and 2 provide the detailed process for this appeal, for the appeals. Note that deadlines are now uniformly 30 days. Before, some were 30 and some were 20. The same changes regarding how to file an appeal, either by written appeal or by using the appeal form provided by the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, are included in the proposed changes to Rule 2.10b. This slide shows those proposed rule changes as they affect respondents, which would be the attorneys. This is the second proposed action item.
All right, coming from a committee, there is no second needed. Is there any discussion on this motion? If you want to come to the microphone so we can hear you and state your name.
Hi, Cheryl Murray, Director. A quick question. So does this modify it so there's just an open-ended period to appeal, or is there a finite period that they have to appeal?
It's still a finite period in which they can appeal. So, as I understand it, if we look through these rules, what we're trying to do here is decide how to address an inquiry. It's either going to go through be categorized as a grievance, or it's going to, excuse me. Yeah, let me ask Gene to come in here and, yeah.
It's still a finite appeal. What we do is just, instead of just using the...
Gene, can you come to the mic?
Yeah, please. I'm from Chicago. Usually I can talk loud enough, so. So yes, it is a finite appeal. What we're doing is actually making sure that you can use either the amended form that is part of the grievance package that is sent, but also the formal process of going ahead and writing a written one as well. That's what majority of people were used to doing, so we're just kind of closing up that loophole. So it's a finite appeal, and we're just kind of making sure that the policy is a little bit more, I should say the process is a little bit more transparent.
Did that answer the question?
Yes, no more questions. I appreciate it.
Gene said exactly what I was going to say. That concludes my report.
Are there any further questions on this motion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Up next, we will have Director Stephen Vinzer, who will provide a report from the Client Security Fund Subcommittee. Come on up.
All right, so the Client Security Fund Subcommittee met via Zoom on April 7, 2026. The subcommittee reviewed 48 applications, approved 37 for a disbursement total of $302,169.34. For the year, the subcommittee has reviewed 263 applications, approved 119 for a disbursement total of $1,653,673.05. And that concludes my report.
Any questions for Director Venzer? Okay, moving on, we will have Director Rosalind Perez, Chair of the Appeals Grants Review Subcommittee.
Good morning. The Appeals and Grants Subcommittee met on Tax Day last week, and we considered the appeal by Mr. Lynn Inglesby of a decision by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization to place him on a partially probated suspension, which includes a 6-month active suspension of his TBLS certification. This appeal comes to the board for final decision pursuant to the TBLS rules. As you may recall, the standard of review to be used by the board is the substantial evidence standard. This standard is commonly used in appeals from decisions of administrative agencies. The substantial evidence standard asks one question: does any substantial evidence exist to support the decision? In this case, we asked, does any substantial evidence exist to support the TBLS decision to actively suspend Mr. Inglesby's criminal law certification for 6 months? After hearing Mr. Inglesby and from TBLS, the committee determined that there was substantial evidence supporting the revocation and that the decision should be upheld. The history of this case is that on June 16th of 2025, an agreed judgment of probated suspension was entered regarding Mr. Inglesby before the District 14 Grievance Committee. Based on the findings of fact set forth in the agreed judgment, the evidentiary panel concluded that Mr. Inglesby violated Texas Disciplinary Rule of Professional Conduct 1.08A. The TBLS Criminal Law Advisory Commission and the Texas Board of Legal Specialization reviewed the agreed judgment of probated suspension and decided it was in the best interest of TBLS and the public to place Mr. Inglesby on a partially probated suspension for a period of 1 year, with 6 months being an active suspension and 6 months probated, requiring Mr. Inglesby to complete 12 hours of ethics CLE within 6 months of accepting TBLS's decision. Subsequently, Mr. Inglesby petitioned TBLS for reconsideration of its decision of only the 6-month active suspension of his certification. After consideration of the evidence presented, the TBLS board again voted unanimously to uphold its earlier decision, leaving the 6-month active suspension in place. It is from that decision that Mr. Inglesby appealed to the State Bar pursuant to the TBLS Attorney Rules and Regulations Section 9. The Appeals Grants Subcommittee met by video conference to consider the appeal of Mr. Inglesby. The subcommittee was charged with making a report and a recommendation to this board to provide the board a basis for making its final decision on whether substantial evidence supports the TBLS decision. Mr. Inglesby appeared by video conference wherein he presented his 10-minute argument for why the decision of the TBLS should be reserved. Mr. Figueroa, Executive Director of TBLS, also appeared by video on behalf of TBLS and made his argument regarding why the TBLS decision should be upheld. After considering all of the information, evidence, and arguments, and after deliberating in accordance with the requisite substantial evidence standard, the subcommittee found that substantial evidence existed to support the TBLS decision. The subcommittee voted unanimously to recommend that the board uphold the decision of the TBLS. A brief memo regarding Mr. Inglesby's case and appeal, along with the subcommittee's recommendation, are included in the board meeting materials. A memo from me to the board overviewing these facts were included in the meeting materials. Because there is substantial evidence supporting the TBLS decision, we ask the board to affirm the decision of the TBLS pursuant to the rules. Therefore, Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Directors agree with the Appeals and Grants Subcommittee's recommendation and uphold the decision of the TBLS.
All right, coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right. Motion passes.
That concludes my report.
Okay, up next, we will hear from Director Amy Rod, Chair of the New Directors Orientation Subcommittee.
The new Directors Orientation Subcommittee met on April the 8th. We are planning for an in-person orientation for the new board members in conjunction with the incoming and outgoing board meetings in Houston in June. There will be a total of 17 new directors, and this includes section reps and liaisons. Our committee will make phone calls to each new director to welcome them to the board and also to provide them with a board contact that they may use as they move through the process of going to the orientation. The new board members will be present at our June 10th board meeting and attend the board member dinner that evening. Please make sure to introduce yourself to the new board members. I would like to thank directors Judge Michael Davis, Natalie Kaler-Denbo, Stephen Foster, and Jeff Weinstein for being part of the committee. That concludes my report.
Any questions for Director Rod? All right. Next, we will hear from Director Chris Nicholson, Chair of the Professional Development Subcommittee.
All right. The Board Professional Development Subcommittee will meet jointly with the CLE Committee on May 6th to discuss new topics for CLE programs and publications and to be briefed on finances and operations. The group will also honor Richard Orzinger, fellow family lawyer, appellate lawyer, this year's recipient of the Pat Nestor Innovation in Professional Development Award. Texas Bar CLE is gearing up for its flagship summer advanced courses, Advanced Estate Planning and Probate, Advanced Real Estate, Advanced Personal Injury, Advanced Criminal Law, and Advanced Family Law. Registration is now open, and we're anticipating strong attendance. The Emerging Technology Committee partnered with Texas Bar CLE to hold a one-day course entitled Law in the Age of AI, From Core Concepts to Daily Practice on April 9th. The course was well attended with lively discussion and probative questions from the audience. The Law Practice Management Program and the Law Practice Management Committee are continuing their effort to educate lawyers about the need for succession planning and the resources the bar has available to assist lawyers in planning for the future of their practices. So far this year, LPM staff and the volunteers from the Law Practice Management Committee have held 13 programs across the state concerning attorney succession planning, attended by more than 350 lawyers. If you would like to schedule a presentation for your local bar, contact the Law Practice Management Department. The 34th Annual Texas Bar Membership Connections Program will take place November 4th through 6th in Houston. The TMCP is the premier client development, networking, and CLE event for the attorneys in Texas. State Bar's Attorney Career Development Department has exciting plans for this year's conference. For more information, visit the TMCP website at texasbar.com/TMCP. I've made it through my prepared remarks. Now, we have our advanced courses coming. Let me tell you, they are some of the biggest money makers for Texas Bar CLE. Last time we were all together, I talked about the Real Estate Practice Manual and the Texas Family Law Practice Manual. Those are two of the biggest money makers of the Texas Bar books. You have a choice in CLE. You have a choice in the products that you use in your practice. Again, I'd point out, we've approved the budget, and if you go through that budget, 35% of the revenue to up to 39% if you include MCLE fees is generated by Texas Bar CLE, Texas Bar books. I want to thank all of you in this room. You're all volunteers. You've all volunteered to be here, to be a part of this great board. One of the great things, or the things that make the Texas Bar a great institution, is all the volunteer work. Many of you have served on planning committees for CLEs. Many of you, Director Rampelmeyer, Director Rod, have served tirelessly on the Family Law Practice Manual. Mr. Rampelmeyer has served there for 23 years. It's without the volunteer work of Texas lawyers updating these products for Texas Bar books, we wouldn't make or raise enough of the revenue that we need to cover some of the things that the bar is able to do. So it's with gratitude that I thank all of you for volunteering your time, both here at this board and for those of you who have helped out at Texas Bar CLE and Texas Bar Books perform their mission. It's a worthy thing and a worthy goal that we have set for ourselves to try to elevate the level of practice in this state through education and through publication. So my hat's off to all of you, and thank you very much.
Any questions for Director Nicholson? Okay. Up next, we will hear from Director Brandy Voss Wingate, section representatives to the board.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So you all probably know the sections department, all the sections provide case and legislative updates and scholarly printed journals, article libraries, newsletters, and excellent CLE options. But the sections are also working to further the State Bar's mission with programs that support new lawyers and law student initiatives, as well as special projects that benefit access to justice and the general public. So today, I want to take a few minutes to highlight just a few of the great projects that our sections are doing this year. The Family Law section completed its biggest publication project to date, the 100% digital annotated Texas Family Code with hyperlinks and real-time updates to cases and citations. These are available for download on sbotfam.org/shop. Also, the Family Law section's leadership class launched their class project called Justice in Action, the Texas Pro Bono Challenge. The project called for volunteers to compete as individuals or teams to complete as many pro bono cases as possible during a 9-month period. The individual or team completing the most pro bono cases will be crowned the winner in their category. Nearly 100 family law attorneys accepted the challenge to provide legal services to the marginally served. The section also continued their CLE seminars in mid-sized cities free of charge for attendees who agreed to take at least 2 pro bono cases, resulting in 202 pro bono assignments. So great job, Family Law section. And this year, the Intellectual Property section conducted online free monthly CLEs every month since September. They would like to give a special shout out to Amy Torres, their event planner in the sections department, for all her help on this project. The IP section has also revamped their website this year and made joining the section free to all Texas-based law students and new attorneys with 2 years of experience or less. Great job trying to get people already interested in sections before they're even lawyers. Lastly, the IP section is proud to announce a tri-section social networking event among the IP, computer and technology, and the entertainment and sports law sections during the State Bar annual meeting this June. So check the annual meeting event brochure for more details, and they hope to see you there. The collaborative law section is a small section doing big things this year. They ambitiously planned and held the first collaborative civil law conference in Austin on April 17th. The CLE was well attended and included topics from family law, probate law, employment and business law, entertainment law, and construction law. And the attendees enjoyed a truly unique and creative CLE. The military and veterans section offered 2 scholarships in the amount of $2,500 each in honor of America's 250th birthday this year. The winning students will be recognized at the annual meeting on Friday, June 12th during the section CLE, taking place from 9 a.m. to 11:15, and everyone's encouraged to attend. This year, the LGBTQ plus law section searched through their section history and recognized 8 members of the State Bar with their highest honor, the Judge Norman W. Black Award. This year, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. I'm really proud of our sections. Oh, wow. Lindsay, I got like 4 pages here to go through. Our corporate counsel section was excited to launch a new professional development initiative to support displaced in-house attorneys, attorneys seeking to transition into in-house roles, and attorneys seeking to elevate their existing roles by fostering education, community, and access to practical resources relevant to the in-house corporate counsel practice in Texas. And you can find out more about this and their other great projects on their section website. One of the 2025-26 goals of the Oil and Gas and Energy Resources Law section was law student engagement. Members of the section council have engaged with oil and gas law students at South Texas College, Texas Tech, U of H Law, St. Mary's, and University of Texas Law. The students were introduced to the section and benefits of membership and participated in a Q&A with council members. And the appellate section, under the leadership of Chair Audrey Mullert-Vickner and Committee Chair Beth Watkins has substantially revitalized the Coffee with the Courts program throughout the state. This program is exactly what it sounds like you'd think it'd be. It's the section arranges coffee for breakfast and snacks at the various courts of appeals around the state, and they encourage attorneys to drop by, visit with colleagues, and meet with the court and their staff. The goal is to have a coffee with the court in each court of appeals at least once every 2 years, and in the Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals as well. So as you can see, it's been a big year for sections. It's been a great year for the sections department. So big kudos to Lindsay Jackson and the whole team in the sections department. They've done a great job this year helping get all these programs off the ground. Thanks.
Well, our sections have been very busy. Any questions for Director Wingate Voss, or Voss Wingate? All right. It is okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was Wingate Voss. Okay. Up next, we will hear from our TYLA president, Allison Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad that I'm able to say still good morning because we're moving along. It is always a privilege to be here with this board and to share the work of the Texas Young Lawyers Association. Thank you so much for your continued support of TYLA and of young lawyers across the state. I want to start my report the way I typically do, and that's with a dicho that is near and dear to my heart. And this one is, dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres. Tell me who you walk with and I'll tell you who you are. And I have to say, TYLA is in very good company. We are fortunate to serve alongside this board that believes in the work we do. Throughout these last 2 days, I've heard stories about a time when TYLA's work wasn't fully supported, and I don't take for granted that we are in a very different place today. So thank you. Thank you for your trust, for your support, and for allowing TYLA to continue to do the meaningful work across the state. A very special thank you to Director Lowell Cagg, who took space out of his director spotlight to highlight for the public and the work of TYLA. It truly means so much that you did so, and I know you did it because you're a TYLA alum. And of course, thank you to Trey and the entire State Bar leadership team for your continued trust in our work. As you know, this year, the work of TYLA has been guided by 4 core areas: public service, local affiliate outreach and partnership, first-generation lawyers and the pipeline to the profession, and attorney wellness. I am proud to share some updates on each of those areas today. So starting off with public service, our Texas Bar Foundation funded project for the public has been officially completed and is live, and it is fully live, and we are incredibly proud of the final product. It was recently featured on the Texas Bar Journal. If you would like to learn more about my motivations and where this idea came about, you can read the article, and I'm also happy to talk about it. But the website includes filmed podcast interviews, our Careers That Serve panel, and a wider range of practical resources. Those resources include career roadmaps for different public service paths, tools for navigating the application process, and information designed to help law students and young lawyers better understand and pursue careers in public service. This project was truly a collaborative effort across multiple committees in TYLA, and it reflects the impact TYLA can have when we come together with a shared vision. Moving on to local affiliate and outreach and partnership, our local affiliate outreach program received a number of applications, and as a committee has awarded $15,500 towards supporting local engagement efforts across the state. The funds will be released to the local affiliates who were awarded those grants once reimbursement is submitted. We are also currently accepting applications for several of our local affiliated awards: Outstanding Young Lawyer of the Year, Liberty Bell Award, Mentor of the Year, and our newly established Justice Jeff Boyd Award for Access to Justice. If you are in communication with your local affiliates, please encourage them to submit their applications. We always love reviewing each and every one of them. Our fossils have the distinct privilege of being able to review those applications. And so we would like to get as many from all across the state as we possibly can. And finally, our TYLA president-elect candidates have been representing TYLA very well at various events across the state. That is Dave and Claire at the Crawfish Boil with Hyla. And working really closely with local affiliates to get the message across, to get their platforms across. And so we're really proud that they've represented us well with our local affiliates. Okay, and then moving into our first generation lawyer and pipeline to the profession, we successfully hosted the 51st National Trial Competition in Dallas, Texas. Congratulations again to the University of Missouri in Kansas City on their win. It was truly a sight to see. The best advocate for the competition was also a part of this team, and her closing statement, if I think about it today, still gives me chills. Truly, truly a gifted advocate, gifted team. Our profession is in good hands, I would like to say. I also want to take a quick moment in this report to thank everyone who made this event possible and who continues to make it possible year after year. Our beloved TYLA ladies, I don't think I will ever give a report without thanking our beloved TYLA ladies, Tracy, Bree, Michelle, who are truly the backbone of TYLA, but also the backbone of this competition. Very special thank you to Bree Trevino, who steers the ship every single year. We could not do it without her and her cool, calm collectedness, despite all of the obstacles that come through with running a national competition of this size. Thank you to our small but mighty NTC committee for the long hours, the flexibility, and the multifaceted work that they put in throughout the week. It is truly a reason why we were able to get this through. And finally, thank you to the American College of Trial Lawyers for their continued partnership for the National Trial Competition. In addition to NTC, we have continued our outreach through law school visits at South Texas College of Law, Thurgood Marshall School of Law, my alma mater, and most recently, accompanied by President Vargas, the University of Texas. These efforts are critical in building a strong pipeline and ensuring students see a place for them within the state bar, within TYLA, and just getting the information across as to what they can expect once they become official young lawyers within the state of Texas. Not finally, but next up we have Attorney Wellness. We have an upcoming virtual wellness project on May the 7th in partnership with TLAP, and we're excited to host Alicia Freeman and Michelle Fontenot leading that discussion. We've also continued to expand our Bar Break series, focusing on honest conversations about the realities of practicing law and how we can better support one another. President Vargas was also a recent guest. His poster is not up yet because we're still editing his podcast, but be sure to look for that one because I heard it was a really great conversation. Wellness remains a priority for TYLA, and we are committed to providing resources that are practical, accessible, and manageable. And finally, and most importantly, our election. Voting is underway for our two president-elect candidates, Dave Hagan of Longview and Claire Harbert of Waco, both dear friends of mine and incredible ambassadors of TYLA. We are so proud of the work that they have done across the state to not just promote themselves and their platforms, but also promote TYLA. But TYLA has also been very intentional this year about doing everything we can to increase voter engagement throughout the state. We know it's hard, but we're trying to get young lawyers and lawyers all across the state to make sure that they submit those votes. Like it was said earlier, we have a week left, or less than a week left. So we've featured both of our candidates in our Young Gunners podcast with a different episode, each talking about the future of TYLA, a little bit more about who they are and why they chose to run, and their vision for the presidency. So we want our members to be informed, engaged, and participating in the process. So we strongly encourage you all to also encourage others to get the vote out, whether that be a young lawyer or not. We just want to make sure that people are voting in this election. And so I'll close where I began. Who we walk with matters, and I'm incredibly proud that TYLA walks with our members, our local affiliates, and especially this board. And as we gather here in Boerne, the home of President Vargas, I want to take a moment to recognize how special it is to host this board in your home. I had the opportunity to do the same in Laredo earlier this year, and I know firsthand how meaningful it is to open your home, both literally and figuratively, to this group. So, President Vargas, congratulations on a wonderful and successful meeting, and thank you so much for your leadership this year and for being such a partner throughout this whole year. Thank you all again for your continued support of TYLA. We'll see you all in Houston, and that concludes my report. Also open for any questions.
All right, any questions for, yeah, come on up.
More like a comment. Tony Nguyen, Austin, section rep. Now I know I can't moved or second, but so I apologize for that. I really want to compliment you on what you're doing. I just love the way TYLA has been so engaging, particularly for the younger population and particularly on your TLAB. At the Corporate Council section retreat last weekend, we had Bobby Anthony from TLAB come and speak, and it was really eye-opening because we started taking tab about, is it loneliness? Is it burnt out? Is it stress? Is it anxiety? He really took us an incredible presentation. So thank you for doing that and for lawyers to be able to be vulnerable and speak about it. And we had some that talked about it, and it was very, very enlightening. So I encourage any of you, if you're in sections or others, encourage the TLAP presentation to come. It was really good. There was some dancing and music and jamming, but it was really incredible and really important for us to really know and take a pulse on ourselves, but also see it in our colleagues, symptoms that we should be looking at and reach out to help them and offer the service of TLAB. So thank you for that.
Director Castle?
Mine's not a question either. Chrissy Castle from Dallas, Texas. I just wanted to say I had the opportunity to attend the final ceremony for the national trial competition, and there are attorneys from all across the nation. And I will just say I was never more proud to be from Texas and to say that I know the Texas Young Lawyers and am, peripherally affiliated with the group. You guys did an amazing job. It was upbeat, it was inspirational, it was inspiring, and it made all of us in the room feel good about the profession and about our state. So congratulations. Super impressed.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't say this, but also a special thank you to Director Castle for her donation to the National Trial Competition and for being a strong supporter of TYLA.
Okay. All right, any further comments or questions for Director Martinez? All right. Okay, we're going to move on to our next report from Shauna Willing, our Chief Disciplinary Counsel, with a report for the Commission for Lawyer Discipline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am going to summarize the report that's in your materials, our third quarter report of the work of the Commission. This last quarter, ending on February 28th, we had 45 complaints resolved with 44 sanctions. That included 4 disbarments, 2 resignations in lieu of discipline, 15 suspensions, 8 public reprimands, 10 private reprimands, and we had 5 cases resolved successfully through the grievance referral program. So for the year-to-date disciplinary actions, we've had 173 complaints resolved with 155 sanctions. We also have collected year-to-date over $152,000 in attorney's fees in revenue. And then the last thing, I have to harass you all for nominations for our local grievance committees. All of you should have been contacted, or most of you should have been contacted by one of our regional offices to let you know if we have any public member or attorney member vacancies coming up. The deadline is next week, May 1st. We need all of those turned in, and we need time to do some vetting and then get those names to President Vargas. I know last year, unfortunately, President Vargas had to step in after he took office and actually do some nominations appointments himself because they weren't done on time. And I'm hopeful this year we won't have to have the incoming president have to do that legwork as well. So we're going to really work hard to reach out to anyone who hasn't done this yet and get you to give us our members. The grievance committee members are the backbone of the disciplinary process. We can't do anything. The system really does stop if we have vacancies because then we don't have quorums, and if we don't have quorums, cases are just going to languish. Many cases we've investigated don't have just cause to continue, and they need to be dismissed, and those respondents are waiting while the cases are delayed because of a lack of quorum. And then, as you also know, we do have cases that are serious misconduct cases that can't go forward, which means we're not doing our duty, our mission to protect the public. So it really is critical to get those folks in place so that our cases can go forward and we can fulfill our mission. So thanks very much in advance for your cooperation.
Madam Chair, can I have a point of privilege? Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate what Shauna said. David, our president-elect, is going to be focused on lots of important initiatives during the start of his presidency. The last thing that we want to do as an organization is put yet another thing on his plate and having to call all of you for your appointments to the grievance committee. So let's everybody in this room do everything that we can to get those grievance appointments filled, because without those appointments, justice really does grind to a halt. And we want to do everything we can to support President-elect Smith so that he's not having to make those phone calls at the start of his presidency. So everybody, let's do everything we can and work with Shauna and her incredible team to get those appointments filled. Thank you all.
And not to beat a dead horse about this, but make sure you're checking your Texas Bar email account, because sometimes the reps may send it to that email rather than your personal work email. Because I know a couple years ago, I missed those emails because they went to my Texas Bar and I was not checking like I was supposed to. So please check your Texas Bar email as well. All right. Up next, we're going to move on to our liaison reports. We're going to have, Senior Justice Learman has an excused absence, so we are going to hear from Justice Evan Young, who will be giving the report from the Texas Supreme Court.
Good morning. Great to be here with you all. And Bernie, congratulations. Chair-elect Chiscano, I was thinking as you all were voting today, wouldn't it be amazing if in all of our state, local, national elections, we were in a position where we could say any of these results would fill us with pleasure and pride. That is what we could say about today's election. So congratulations to the chair-elect and to those who ran alongside him. On the other hand, I was there and listened carefully when the candidates made their initial pitches to you all at a prior meeting, and your chair-elect the theme every time he stood up and addressed you was to make a little joke about how he was going to take 15 or 20 minutes instead of 1 or 2, and you picked him anyway, so you've been warned. At the court, we're in the busy season right now. We're trying to get all of our cases out by the end of June. I think we're on track to do that. This will make for more than a decade that the court has done that, which means that we limit the amount of time that the parties and the public are waiting to hear what the decisions will be, try to generate finality more quickly. Another thing that's happened, we've just announced today that the court has issued a proclamation naming this Sunday, April 26th, as Justice Ruby Kless-Sondock Day on the occasion of her 100th birthday. When I sit on the bench, I'm on the right side of the bench as you look at it, and if I look down to the end of the bench where Justice Huddle and Justice Sullivan are, there is Justice Sondock's portrait on the wall. She was the first woman to serve as a justice in regular service on the Supreme Court of Texas. She is still actively involved in legal matters. She still attends court events, legal conferences. I visited her at her home. She's an amazing example, not just to the young women lawyers of Texas, to all of us, but particularly as our Sandra Day O'Connor, shall we say, in Texas. She warrants deep appreciation and respect for her many, many years of service in Harris County District Court as well as on the Supreme Court and beyond. We look forward to seeing a number of you on Monday as we consider the State Bar's upcoming budget. We look forward to seeing a number of you on May 7th when at 2 o'clock in the House chamber we will have the investiture of the 2 newest justices and a swearing out, as it were, for Chief Justice Hecht and Justice Boyd. There will be an event at the State Bar afterwards, and then after you attend the reception of the State Bar, you can go and play Loteria because it's the same day. So that will be quite a day for the State Bar. We've issued a number of rules within the past handful of months. Petitions for review in our court have been fundamentally shifted that process. If that's of interest to you, take a look at the order that issued it, which includes a detailed statement explaining the process, not just technically amending the rules. As you know, we have revised the summary judgment rules, so we're now in a process where, without substantive change to how summary judgments should be granted or denied, there is a pretty substantial revision to the process. So hopefully you're all aware of that and are talking to people about it. We're now in that new era, and so there will undoubtedly be a few kinks to work out, but hopefully that will be an improved process for people. The central docket rules have been released that will primarily affect Travis and Bexar counties. We've issued rules about evictions and bail, and we have proposed for comment a change to the rules about continuing legal education by authorizing up to 3 of those hours to be satisfied by a multiple of that, by 5 of pro bono work, so 15 hours of pro bono that's certified by a proper entity. This isn't just doing your aunt's will or something like that, but in a proper organization that has been certified as doing proper pro bono for the needy. You can discharge some of the up to 3 of the CLE annual hours that are required. We have made clear that we are going to change the bar exam in one respect. We're part of the national system for doing the bar so that we can have ready reciprocity. People can take the main bar exam in many places, but we're going to restore a Texas component. Right now, the Texas component of the bar exam is really just watching some videos and answering the same questions over and over again until you get them right, which is not really an exam. We expect it, I think, to be maybe a half-day component, and the topics for the new Texas component of the bar exam will be trusts and guardianships, wills and administration, civil procedure, criminal law and procedure, family law, real property, including oil and gas. And it's our great privilege to have the immediate past president, Steve Benish, as one of the members of the Board of Law Examiners who will help usher us into this new age. In some ways, that which is old becomes new again. When many of us took the bar exam, we had a Texas component and we survived. And it might be that especially as the rest of the bar has become so national, so generic in some ways that having something in which Texas lawyers have to demonstrate some familiarity with some of these distinctive features of our law and practice will be a positive thing. And I guess just one last thought in response to the good comments of Director Work, I might ask you all to consider the merits of Texas, Our Texas, which is, after all, our state's song. And it is a retrospective on a state that was very poor and weak, but has become mighty and strong through the blessings of Almighty God and the hope that Texas will remain that way. I won't sing it, but here are the words. Texas, our Texas, all hail the mighty state. Texas, our Texas, so wonderful, so great, boldest and grandest, withstanding every test. Boldest and grandest, withstanding every test. O empire white and glorious, you stand supremely blessed. God bless you, Texas, and keep you brave and strong, that you may grow in power and worth throughout the ages long. I think we should sing it more often in our schools, in our homes, in our law offices, and indeed at the State Bar of Texas. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Justice Young. Any questions for Justice Young? Okay, up next, we will hear from Judge Jesse McClure, who will give us a report on the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Good morning. So first of all, I apologize for missing our last meeting. I was at a Texas Center for the Judiciary Committee meeting. I'm glad to be here today. I'm glad that Justice Young had a very Texas-themed talk, because I, too, wish to inflict on the next generation the joys of learning about forced pooling in oil and gas. And I don't really think you've truly lived until you understand how that works. A couple of things I'm going to tell you about that has gone on with the court and is going on with the court. We had oral argument at SMU in February. I think a couple of you had the opportunity to visit that. And we're doing it again at South Texas College of Law in September 29th. We usually try to hear 2 cases. We usually try to make sure at least one of them is a death penalty case. So if you're in the area, I highly recommend you come visit. It's not often, A, that you get to see an oral argument, but B, in a death penalty case, and C, outside of our normal courtroom. So I'm sure that'll be a good event. Also, a couple months ago, the United States Supreme Court affirmed one of our decisions, 9-0. At least 9 people said you got it right. 2 people said you got it right, but I have other things to say. So it's always good to be told. It's always good to get a nice pat on the back from DC. I also want to encourage you, in November, I'm the co-chair of the Texas Judicial Commission on Mental Health, and we have a summit every year, and this year it's in San Marcos in the first week of November. So if you have anything in your practice that touches on mental health, or if you're just interested in the topic generally, I highly recommend you come. It's not really a legal, even though it's called the Judicial Commission on Mental Health, there are a lot of non-lawyers there. In fact, the majority of people there who will be presenting and talking about issues will not be lawyers. They'll be treatment providers. They'll be advocates. It's a great opportunity to just sort of see how mental health intersects with the law. And again, any of you who practice law, whether it's family or criminal or civil, know what a issue and a challenge that is with mental health when it comes to being involved with the judicial system or the legal system in general. During the board chair of election, I kind of had a little chuckle to myself, because I am obviously a liaison to the board of directors, and I thought it was kind of interesting to think that I'm able to vote on whether or not somebody's going to die in 2 hours, but I'm not able to second a motion to adjourn a meeting, which is a lesson in humility. It's also a lesson in, we all have our roles to play, and my role is not to adjourn meetings. Apparently my role right now as I ramble is to extend meetings. All right, but I'm going to cut to the chase a little bit. So, your judges do a lot of things, and Hopefully, I'm an example of that. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm going to be doing the next couple months, and then I will sit down and shut up. We have a Judicial Commission on Mental Health Commission meeting in May at the Law Center in Austin. In June, I hope to see many of you at the annual meeting. Trey mentioned earlier the Bench Bar breakfast. I'll be speaking at that. We talked a little bit about CLE today. If you're going to the summer school event in Galveston in July, I'll be there telling you all the things our court has been up to as far as our opinions are concerned. If you're visiting the Bar Leaders Luncheon in Houston in July, I will be there as well, telling you how you too could be a leader even if you don't feel like you can be. The Texas Center for the Judiciary does a lot of programs. They are responsible for judicial education, but they're also responsible for education of judicial staff. I will be speaking at the Court Professionals Conference in Fort Worth, and then I'll immediately jump in my truck and drive back to Houston from Fort Worth because the Advanced Criminal Law CLE is in Houston the last week in July, and I'll talk about closing arguments that will get you in trouble, and I will hopefully help people get out of trouble or stay out of trouble. And then we have our judges have an annual judicial conference in September, after which I will be calling TLAP and asking them if they can help me to learn how to say no, because apparently I have a hard time saying no. And my truck is, every time I look at my truck mileage, I'm like, this truck is 2 years old and I already have 47,000 miles on it. And am I going to have this thing paid off before it breaks down? I guess we'll find out. And then finally, I want to do what I always try to do when I come up here is come visit us. We love to have visitors. Our court is very visitor user friendly. We'll show you our offices, we'll show you the chambers, we'll tell you the stories. And in the fall is usually when I start considering people to be law clerks for 27, 28. So if you know a third-year law student that you think would, A, be qualified to do the job, and B, would enjoy it, you can always text or email me with that information. I'd love to consider that. So it's one of my favorite parts of the job. Those of you who mentor young lawyers know that it's obviously necessary, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to teach the new lawyers new stuff. And so I love that part of the job. And so again, if you can think of anybody or know somebody in that bucket, please let me know. Once again, thank you very much for having me here. When I put these events on my calendar, I'm not an organized person, but I love putting in State Bar of Texas Board of Directors meeting. I love typing that in my phone. So thank you very much.
Are there any comments or questions for Judge McClure? Okay, next up, we have Judge Victor Villarreal for our Judicial Section Liaison.
Madam Chair, Mr. President, Directors and Liaisons. Advancing justice together, that's the motto for the judicial section this year. Fitting and appropriate, it certainly encapsulates the collaboration and the synergy of the work that we're doing on this year's flagship project, a first ever judicial section toolkit, which is like a series of bench cards across legal areas, in areas including family, probate, criminal law, guardianship, mental health, judicial administration, and now even judicial protocol, amongst many others. Every person here and all judges know what a blessing and what an awesome responsibility public service is. For those of us that serve on trial court benches, we don't have as many collaboration opportunities as lawyers do, or even as many of our colleagues on appellate benches do. This project allows many judges across the state to work together and to collaborate on this toolkit, all in the interest of justice. And it's not just judges, but it's legal leaders as well. Legal leaders like Brandy Wingate Boss and judicial staff attorneys all across the state, all working on this in the interest of justice. Together, we're advancing justice together in its interest. Yesterday, President Santos Vargas and Director Patty Vargas graciously hosted us for dinner, and President Vargas gave us a history of fiesta and its beautiful traditions. Let's see if we can incorporate one of those traditions now. Viva the judicial section! Viva! Viva the Texas Judiciary! Viva! Viva the State Bar of Texas! Viva! That concludes my report.
Thank you, Judge. Any comments or questions for Judge Villarreal? Okay. Do we have the Zoom ready? Okay, we're going to hear from Louis Kennard, Chair of the Committee on Disciplinary Rules and Referenda, and he'll be joining us via Zoom. All right, you may proceed.
Hi, hello. Good morning. Actually, I'm really frustrated not being able to be there in person. I like being able to visit with you and talk and just hear from you and what's going on. But I'm here to give you our annual report from the Texas Committee on Disciplinary Rules and Referenda. As you may remember, we were created in the 2017 legislature to take on the job of making sure that the rules of disciplinary procedure and disciplinary conduct are adequate for Texas. And that's what we've been doing. So we continued our work. It's been kind of a quiet year this past year. You can see the report in your materials and a really good summary on page 8 of that report of just the amount of work that happened. No referenda are scheduled for this coming year, so you can take a break there. But we're really focusing now on the disciplinary procedure rules, which hopefully most of you don't know much about and haven't read lately. But I encourage you to take a look and see what's going on, because even if you don't practice in that area, you may have lawyers in your districts who come to you, have questions or concerns, and maybe need help understanding why the rule is what it is. These are as important, though not as often referenced as the disciplinary rules of professional conduct. Anyway, we've had a good year. We continue to move on. We continue to have our meetings open for everyone to listen in on. I still think we have the most entertaining meeting and podcast of any place in the country for any program dedicated specifically to the Texas rules of professional conduct. So come find out what we're doing. Let us know what you think. Give us ideas, suggestions, anything you hear from your constituents that we need to take a look at. We'll be happy to take a look at. That's my report.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Louis? All right, we appreciate you joining us. We miss having you here.
Thank you.
Up next, we will have Harriet Myers, Chair of the Texas Access to Justice Commission, who will provide a report.
Well, thank you very much for having me here to make this brief report. And I want to also say just how wonderful last evening was at Santos and Patty's incredible home and wonderful hospitality. Thank you so much for including me in that. It was amazing. And I just want to begin by reporting on our Champions of Justice Gala for 2026, to be held actually a week from today at the Austin Four Seasons Hotel. As I believe you know, the State Bar of Texas and the Commission partner on this event to raise money for those low-income veterans, so many of them in our state who need legal help and cannot get it. So I'm happy to announce that once again, the gala is virtually a sellout. So we are thankful for everybody who has helped make it once again a great success. The importance of the work to provide counsel to low-income veterans cannot be overemphasized. We should have it front of mind at all times. I'm sure you know that there are many veterans organizations who tell us all the time how important it is that legal help is available to low-income veterans when their home is threatened, they're in domestic abuse situations, and all of those concerns that face them day in and day out. And we can't, as you know, serve them all, but we have to do our best. And we are told that frequently the legal advice that is given, the protection by the courts, can be life-saving. It's that important. I feel confident in saying that this year's event will raise once again over $1 million. That is so remarkable. It would not be possible without you, the State Bar of Texas, and the fact that you generously support the gala by paying the expenses of it so that we can represent to the donations, to the those who are making donations, that every penny will go to legal services to low-income veterans. It's not spent on the party itself. So it is just amazing that year to year the State Bar does that, and we are very grateful to you. We're also grateful to two sections of the State Bar, the Poverty Law section and the Corporate Counsel section, both of whom have contributed to the gala. Those funds, you may know, go to the foundation and are all deductible, of course, for the gifts, but the foundation's led by the remarkable former member of the Supreme Court, Deborah Hankinson, well-known and still a stalwart in the access to justice field, and of course her sidekick, the executive director, Betty Torres, is known and beloved all over the country for the work that she has done in access to justice. We're very grateful to the foundation, the role they play. We had remarkable chairs for the gala last year. David McAtee of AT&T and Van Beckwith of Halliburton. This year's chairs are Sandra Phillips, the General Counsel of Toyota Motor North America, and Monica Caraturi, the General Counsel of CenterPoint Energy. We couldn't do what we do without these kinds of people stepping forward and making a difference for us, and we are so grateful to them, especially when you stop and realize as you are meeting with them, and we've had every 2 weeks larger meetings, but also we just visit with them quite frequently. But when you consider their day-to-day responsibilities as general counsels of those organizations, you can see why we are just so indebted to them. Our speaker this year is Stephen Graham, a renowned Canadian actor, writer, director, and producer. His current movie in which he is the star is named Sheepdog. I truly hope you will all see that movie. It is extremely important in conveying the message about mental health issues for veterans and the serious conditions in which they find themselves without legal advice. He'll be a remarkable speaker for us. The movie itself is characterized as raw, powerful, and unforgettable. I can testify to the accuracy of all of those adjectives, including, unfortunately, very sad. And one of my reactions I won't describe because big girls don't cry. I am very pleased to report that our new executive director, Nina Hsu, has been critical to the planning and execution of the Veterans Gala. Additionally, she's working hard to get up to speed and as fast as she can help us in all the areas of the commission. She, as you know, served for over a decade as general counsel to the Supreme Court. So She's been invaluable. Speaking of veterans, you will hear here just shortly from Terry Tottenham, one of the legends in the State Bar of Texas. He has been an incredible leader for us in the veterans area. He has helped us in our efforts to partner with Tunnel to Towers, and hopefully he will be able to relate to you today about the Take One campaign, which is something that we're very interested in being successful, of course. Another effort that remains a priority for the Commission is partnering with our public libraries. Just a few weeks ago, we celebrated the naming of the Travis County Civil and Family Courthouse Law Library and Self-Help Center after Judge Laura Livingston. It was a great occasion, and we are so proud of her and the work that she has done that justified the naming of that institution after her. It was a very impressive gathering in honor of a great bar leader who's also, by the way, I'm sure you may know, she serves as our Texas delegate to the American Bar Association. There also was Lisa Rush. I don't know how many of you know her, but I hope more and more will get to know her because she's the dynamo and working. She's in charge of this library and self-help center there in Austin, and she's helping us gather together all of the library representatives around the state as we try to help them help us in providing self-help when they can and direction to the impoverished individuals that come to the libraries because they know how to get to a library and they're hoping to find legal help there. We have, as I have mentioned, commenced to have regular meetings with those libraries across the state. We had one just recently where the law librarians joined the Law School Advisory Committee for the Commission to talk about how they can partner together also and continue the ability to reach people that otherwise the only way we know they even need help is they show up at the public libraries. I'll also mentioned something that's been mentioned before, which was our venture to our nation's capital, D.C. We did go up to meet all of our state senators and representatives. We were successful in meeting with many of them. We obviously can't always get to all of them, and several of our representatives now are going to be changing because people are stepping away from those offices. And what I would really appreciate is that each and every one of the members of the board who work with their local representatives or with the senators help us in conveying the importance of legal services to the poor, and particularly support for the Legal Services Corporation, which was our purpose in being up there. The budget for 2026 is $540 million, which is it's a slight reduction from 2025, but we were very encouraged by being able to keep it at that number, and LSC was encouraged also. We just need, though, to develop relationships with our federal and state representatives. And so if you can help us volunteer to introduce the access to justice issues to your representatives and our their staffs, who are just as important sometimes as the representatives themselves, that would be a huge help. There are many activities that we are pursuing under our strategic plan, including communication. We have communication committee hard at work with Tom Leatherberry and Marshall Sales, who are developing programs to communicate about access to justice throughout the state. and we're indebted to them, and you'll learn more and hear more about all of that as time passes. Finally, we are obviously very grateful to the Supreme Court of Texas and the State Bar, who appoint the members of the commission, and we just appreciate so much the great people that have been added to the commission over time. And also, we appreciate Brett Busby, Associate Justice, of course, who is a remarkable leader in access to justice here and nationally, and he was with us in Washington, D.C. As I was seated in the back of the room, I'm going to conclude by saying there are two individuals in this room who decades ago were in similar rooms like this, who have contributed so much to the State Bar of Texas, and they are doing what they did back then, years ago, when they were much younger, although they seem to kind of stay young. But I just thought the decades of service that Trey Apfel and Kaylin Laney have offered to this State Bar are absolutely hugely impactful and so important to where the bar is today. And I'd love to end just by giving them a round of applause.
All right, next up, we will have our State Bar past president, Terry Tottenham, give us a report on the Take One campaign.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, everybody. I just have to second what Harriet said about Kaylin and Trey. All of you are blessed to be able to know them and work with them, and I hope that sometime during this meeting, y'all have sang a happy belated birthday to Trey Apfel, whose birthday, by the way, was on Wednesday. Have you celebrated that? We did. Oh, good. Before I begin my presentation, and looking around this room, I am very impressed with how young you all are. And I mention that because some of you may not know much about the person who just spoke to you. So let me just spend a moment telling you about the extraordinary Harriet Myers. For over 50 years, she counseled clients and practiced law at the very highest level. Throughout her career, she always found time to give back to her profession, to her community, to her state, and to her nation. She has incredible work ethic, an awesome attention to detail, and, as you've heard, a passionate dedication to ensure that our needy Texas citizens get the pro bono civil legal services they deserve. As importantly to me, she has been an unbridled advocate for our veterans. Throughout her career, she has been an inspiration to legions of lawyers, men and women alike. And it is always an honor for me to share a podium with her. I learn from her every day. So let's turn to, if I can do this without screwing up the PowerPoint, the Take One campaign. About 16 years ago, the State Bar created Texas Lawyers for Texas Veterans. And during that period of time, through local veterans legal clinics, staffed by volunteer lawyers through local bars, almost 50,000 veterans and their families have been served. But more needs to be done. And the reason more needs to be done is that today Texas has more veterans in it than any other state in the Union. Hence the reason for the Take One campaign. A campaign, by the way, that was named by your immediate past president, Steve Benish. What is the Take One campaign? It's very simple. We are asking lawyers to sign up and volunteer to take one veteran's case a year in their area of specialty. And that's really important, because with that list of specialized Texas lawyers, we can build out a statewide referral list to which veterans can be referred on an as-needed basis. Texas has the second high. Now, this list is just a sampling of the specialized areas of law where veterans need help. So we need lawyers specialized in these areas and others in order to service our incredible veteran population. What do they deserve? Veterans deserve to have a lawyer who is specialized to help them in their particular concerned area. While these clinics of 10 to 15 minutes of counseling have been very helpful, our veterans really need more than that. They need lawyers who can dedicate a consistent representation through their specialized area of expertise. And the bottom line is we need dedicated advocates to look after our veterans who cannot afford a lawyer. Now, the Take One campaign, if we do this right, if we can get a list of lawyers who will volunteer their work and their efforts in their specialized area, we will increase access to justice. We will grow the number of veterans that we can serve, keeping in mind, again, that Texas is the largest veterans-centric state in the Union. We can create an unparalleled, impactful change on a veteran's life. And we can assist our legal aid organizations to be more effective and more efficient. One thing you will learn when you encourage lawyers in your district to be part of this campaign, and when they represent a veteran, they will come away invariably feeling better about themselves and understanding why it is that they became a lawyer. So that's what the Take One campaign is about. I hope you will take this word back to your districts. You are welcome to use this PowerPoint or any other materials we can provide you to talk to your lawyers, to get them to sign up to be part of the Take One campaign. And with that, I appreciate your attention. I really appreciate your service to our profession. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. Okay. All right, it's 11:34, so we're going to take our lunch break. Food is available out through the store, but we'd like for you to grab it and then come back so we can keep going. So we'll take a break at 11:34.
Great job, Madam Chair.
Y'all, we're going to get started here in just a second, so please take your seats. It's because of Noelle. She's laughing at me. Okay, we got 3. Make sure we're live up there. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. The time is now 11:53. Now we will hear from Fellows Chair of the Texas Bar Foundation, William Hagins.
Well, I don't know if it's better to go before or after everybody gets to eat, but I'm glad that y'all are giving me the chance to speak to you just for a few minutes. The chair of the foundation, again, Rockwall is taking over this state. Kendra Culpepper is the chair of the board of directors. I'm the fellows chair, which is to say I am the fundraising arm of the Texas Bar Foundation. And we're very lucky to have so many of this board that have been either on the board. Steve Benish is a former chair. So much of the work that we do is interrelated with the work that y'all do, that ATJ does. And it is so good to have such talented and giving lawyers as a part of what we do. The Bar Foundation was established 60 years ago by 255 Texas attorneys. The foundation specifically strives to enhance the rule of law and the justice system in Texas. And I want you all to know that over the years, we have funded more than $1.7 million in grants to the State Bar of Texas projects, showcasing the partnership that we have with this board. Since its inception, the Bar Foundation has awarded over $30 million in grants to support legal assistance for the underserved, education of the third branch of government, and promotion of professionalism and ethics. And a lot of y'all know this already, but membership in the Texas Bar Foundation is only 11,000 attorneys and judges across Texas. It's by invitation only. It's less than 1% of Texas attorneys. Attorneys are nominated based on their strong reputation in the legal profession, commitment to the local community, and for outstanding contributions to the legal community. Our membership goes from large firm to small firm, diversity throughout everything you can think of, but we're unified by a commitment to professional integrity and justice in Texas. Each of the 17 state bar districts have nominating chairs. Several of our nominating chairs or past nominating chairs are in this room now or have been on this board, and we're so blessed to have such good nominating chairs. And then the nominating chairs nominate larger districts, nominate more people, smaller districts nominate less people, but it's through those nominating chairs that the attorneys join the Texas Bar Foundation. Attorneys are nominated, approved by the board, and a vote is required on each person. Once a nominee is accepted, they complete a pledge card and make their initial payment. Currently, the pledge is $2,500, paid out over 10 years. And after the first payment is made, they become a fellow. And you'll see at our annual dinner all the different badges. There's the fellow, and then if you complete your $2,500 pledge, you become a life fellow. And then you get the yellow badge if you continue paying after that. You continue your pledge payment after you've completed your pledge, and that's a sustaining life fellow. That's what I think is the best you can do, because that money goes directly to our grants. The volunteer efforts of our fellows spread across 17 bar districts contribute to the Bar Foundation status as the largest charitably funded foundation Bar Foundation in the country. We're proud to welcome, we're planning on 495 new fellows this year. Laura Kugler, Jed Silverman, and Jeff Work are just 3 of our newest fellows that have joined this bar year. Most of the people, everybody up on this stage or dais, are fellows already. There's a few of y'all that I've already talked to. Some of you are not fellows. Deborah Cordova is bugging some of you because she is a nominating chair, and she's going to help me get more fellows and try to get as many great lawyers to become fellows and help fund the Bar Foundation and the work that we do every year. So let me talk briefly about what it is we fund, and that's the grants. When I tell you that we have an amazing amount of need in this state, you don't realize it until you start going through these grant requests. We had well over 100 grant requests just in the spring. We had $3 million of requests, and we had about $850,000, $900,000 to give out. So people like me on the board, Deborah, others, we have to meet with every single grant request and spend time talking to those folks to vet whether or not the Bar Foundation should give some, all, or none of what they have requested, but then also fit it into what we actually have. We are the largest charitably funded Bar Foundation in the country, but we don't have enough to fund what this state needs as far as the grant requests that we have. So we have 2 grant requests, or 2 cycles every year, spring and fall, and those meetings are significantly longer than this meeting. And it is a bunch of trial lawyers and other lawyers, judges, arguing with each other about what money should go where. And it is very difficult every year. But I want to talk to y'all just briefly about a few grant recipients. The Austin Bar Foundation received $25,000 to fund the development of a customized case management database integrating volunteer and client systems to streamline pro bono services for indigent Texas veterans. Dallas Eviction Advocacy Center received $12,000 to provide pro bono legal defense to tenants facing evictions. The Guardianship Services received $12,000 to support the 2025 Texas Elder Justice Coalition Summit, a multidisciplinary gathering of elder justice advocates fighting financial exploitation of older Texans. The Peer Navigator Project received $16,500 to add a virtual component to the Peer Navigator training model, fund new navigators training and certification, and increase access to training to formerly incarcerated persons to provide trauma-informed, peer-led support that reduces recidivism, strengthens legal outcomes to those navigating the criminal justice system. The San Antonio Bar Foundation received $15,000 to support the Bear Outreach Project to expand the reach of salawhelp.org through brand awareness, engagement, and marketing. And you heard earlier, the TYLA received funding from us. The work that we are funding dramatically helps so many Texans. In addition, this past year, working with Santos, we engaged in the emergency disaster relief grants to the Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid and one to the Texas Appleseed after July 4th Hill Country floods. These are just a few of the examples of the great work that's made possible by the Texas Bar Foundation grants and by y'all's donations to the Bar Foundation. Keep in mind that we fund grants to a variety of organizations, from local bar associations to with less than 100 members to well-known nonprofits. So our grantees are in every corner of the state, and during this last bar year, 17% of the grand total funded had a statewide impact. So I hope you have a chance to glance at our Foundation Impact Report, which can be found on our website. It captures how our dollars are spent and also highlights some of the grantees. In the 2026 bar year, we've awarded over $1.8 million in grants to various 501c3s. Fellows like y'all play a crucial role in sustaining our grant budget, but we also encourage y'all, those of you who work with nonprofits, who are on boards of nonprofits, if they have a project that meets our mission, access to justice, enhancing the rule of law, have them, tell them about us. Tell them to submit a grant request to us, because we want to be able to fund those really, really needed projects. like I said, we review applications twice a year. The next application deadline is July 15th, and those projects will then be reviewed in October of 2026. And then following up, January 15th will be the next deadline for review in April of 27. An organization, I will say, can only submit one application per bar year. So now move on to the fun part, which is our annual dinner, which is the Friday of the annual conference in Houston this year. As the Fellows Chair, supposedly I am in charge of that, which means I've picked out the band, and my wife and I went and tasted food at the Marriott Marquis to see what we're going to serve for dinner that night. We're going to try to make it really fun. I promise we'll try to keep the speeches to a minimum, but it is always a great event. If the tables haven't sold out yet, they're pretty close. But I hope a lot of y'all will be able to make it to that. Before I conclude, I want to encourage y'all to get involved with the Texas Bar Foundation, whether it's becoming a fellow, upgrading to a Sustaining Life Fellow, encouraging local organizations to apply for grants, or just joining a nominating committee, sending a name to me or somebody else you know about who you think would be a good fellow. So I really thank y'all for your time. I thank you for everything y'all do. If you have any questions about the Bar Foundation, please let me know, and I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, William. Any comments for William from the directors? Oh, if you approach the mic.
Steve Chiscano, I just want to thank you, William, for your incredible work. When I was doing a lot more with the Texas Bar Foundation about 5 or 6 years ago, there were complaints that District 10 needed to have more traction and more opportunities to receive some of the funding from the Texas Bar Foundation, only for me to find out the problem is not the funding mechanism on their side. The funding was there were not enough asks from the District 10 side. So I would just encourage everybody, just don't assume there's a population out there submitting asks. Reach out to your organizations, reach out to your groups, and even if it doesn't, if you don't think it falls within the definitions, many times you can make the project, adjust it, and it will fall within that. So please do that. This is a tremendous opportunity, and I would encourage everybody, don't assume the asks are being made. Thanks.
And let me just tell you, Sarah Dysart, who is the former Fellows Chair right before me from San Antonio, District 10, the amount of District 10 requests we had a couple weeks ago was incredible. And all of them were great. And so the amount of money that's going to District 10 this year is a testament to Sarah and to Steve and to people like that. But they really got out, Sarah especially, got out to different groups and just told them, we're here to help fund your projects. And it's really impressive, some of the money that's going back to District 10 this year, as well as all of the districts across the state.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you, William. Next, we will hear from our General Counsel, Ross Fisher.
Thank you. Thank you to President Vargas for scheduling this meeting in my hometown of Boerne, Texas. I'm very happy to be here. I grew up in Boerne. I'm a proud graduate of Boerne High School, Viva Greyhounds. The fastest dog in the world is the Greyhound. And not only did I grow up here, but I started my legal career here. From 2001 to 2004, I was the elected Kendall County attorney. And I was doing the math yesterday, and I think I tried my first jury trial 25 years ago this spring over in the Kendall County Courthouse, where I prosecuted one of my lifelong friends and classmates that I grew up with in Boerne. First grade through 12th grade. I thought, what could possibly be more awkward? And until the next week's docket when I prosecuted his dad, my Little League baseball coach. Good times. Speaking of good times, those of you that are voting members, your personal financial statements are due April 30th. If you've not already filed them, those are due next week. Jen's going to send out an email on my behalf this afternoon that has, there is a webinar that the Texas Ethics Commission is hosting on Monday from noon to 1 that will go over typical or, common filing issues. It's designed for new PFS filers, but if you have questions, it will be a good thing. It's a free resource. It's through Microsoft Teams, and then there will be a recording. It will be available. I'm also asking her to put my email in there in case that you need help or have specific questions about your personal financial statements. Mine is done, so I'm not, up against the deadline. So hopefully I'll be around to help. So don't let that deadline go by. And if you have any questions, know that there are some resources out there, including me. So let me know. Send me an email. I'm happy to get on the phone and talk through any issues that you have. Thank you.
Any comments or questions for Ross? All right, up next, we will hear from our Chief Legal Counsel, Chris Ritter.
I don't have any public information to share, but I do have some information to share in closed session.
All right, the time is now 12:09 p.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al., 14th Court of Appeals, Graves versus State Bar of Texas et al., Southern District of Texas, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board members, board liaisons, and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed session. We will notify the public when we are about 5 minutes out from returning to open session. check with them. All right, the time is now 12:18, and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultation with legal counsel regarding Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al., 14th Court of Appeals, Grays versus State Bar of Texas et al., Southern District of Texas were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. All right, so there's one more motion we need today, and that's Director Browning has moved to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second? Second by Chris Rampelmeyer. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Anyone abstain? All right, we are adjourned.